Let me see if that's better. That's way better. Yeah, okay. Just main. Just go with main. The main, yeah. All right, so the basic design that this is taking the organoids, I guess. I don't fucking know what the hell they're called honestly anymore. I don't really give a shit. Truthfully, I never bothered to learn about their terminology either. Doesn't matter. I just know that there's these various endo somethings that create our T cells, hormones, white blood cells, or whatever you want to talk about. Doesn't mean much to me, and most of them are probably going to fall off. You don't even know what they're talking about. Point is, these things create these things, and that means I can hack them. They're the manufacturer of these things. So, if you're the manufacturer, then it's easy enough to change how it is they manufacture things. Okay? That's all I'm trying to do. All right, and so the basic concept turns into our immune systems get a upgrade together with another injection. Or actually, it's the same injection, truthfully. It's going to have multiple things in it, and we don't need much to really make this work. So bear with me. We're talking about a multiple stage thing that is going to be in one injection. Even though it seems like you'll only use MNRA. It's like this is an entourage effect. Bear with me. So the first thing, we want to hack those particular blood cell or whatever the fuck they're called, not blood cells, manufacturers of these immune cells, the immune system cells. What we'll be doing is making those cells change specifically to make a massive difference to how it is they output a T cell, a white blood cell, and more. Now, these massive differences are more or less going to be better sensing. So, like, there's smell, there's things that come out of different cells that are signaling to perform a certain action. All right, like a Wi-Fi antenna or something saying beep 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 beep, that kind of thing. And that's effectively a chemical signature that's going to get picked up by a chemical receptor. So following me? Now, as a result of those chemical receptors changing, but also gaining something else, we're going to be looking for certain not just chemical receptors. We are looking more for also feely stuff. So, and that's really hard to describe to someone because it's like we're talking about itty bitty, tiniest little bristles of something that are going to be on your cell. Okay, like, and depending on what we're talking about, that can be incredibly advantageous for various cells that need to be replaced or figured out if they have changed to being a cancer, a satiant, or something like that. I forget what the cell name is, but it's a dead cell. It didn't divide, but it's not cancer, and it just kind of languishes in your body, and they're not great. Or various other cells that will off-put certain chemical signatures that have stress responses of not enough this nutrient, this oxidative stress, or lessened output of ATP, anything. It's been overworked for something, and so now it's not producing it quite as readily. Some acids, some bases, stuff like that. That kind of thing. All right. Now, that's just the two part that I'm looking for. I have a third part where I want the immune system to gain the protein that scans our DNA. upon cell division to correct it for mutations in its uh, what, nothing. It's some dude defending themselves. They're a perfect example of exactly what I'm saying. Like, you are literally being a defensive prick that's trying to enable the bullying behavior. I should really write that back. Let's not get too distracted though. So I'll get back to that. Oh, I don't even have any. Oh, where did my? Oh, okay. Well, I don't have any cell signal. Oh no, no! All of a sudden, I do have a cell signal. What the hell? Where did my cell signal go? The fuck was that? Anyways, I know, right? Like, you're a perfect example of why you fucking believe it. Like, you don't really see how toxic you're being. Like, that's kind of the problem. See, this proves my point in my post. You are literally not taking into account someone else's perspective and are being defensive while again gaslighting. Simply minimizing and saying you are not even doing what you are doing in someone else's perspective. 1 second. I think with you again trying to say it's me who has the issue and you in no way being able to consider how you are being perceived. I think that also is, I think that shows yet another example of gaslighting to cover your negative, toxic, enabling behavior. I changed my design already two times, yeah, based on their feedback. I didn't ask for opinions, actually, just stated I designed this. You reacted this way, and you are again doubling down on your immature, toxic behavior. While trying to gaslight. it seems the words I used in your, let me get, it's finally boiling, yes, in your perspective are too it's a good word for this, like big is what the kind of feeling is. It's like they're too fucking much. You call me a rapist in the kink community. I was like, what the fucking hell? You're gonna accuse me of that? What the fuck now? Somebody in a kink community over there? Oh my god, what the fuck was that? Anyways, you are too, they are too uh significant, I guess, in scope and connotation, because as they are triggering you to double down again and defend your position that you weren't doing something like enabling the toxic comments on this thread. I'm sorry you feel like you aren't, because it means you've been normalized to this. I didn't ask for opinions. On the other hand, it might make more sense. You're just trolling at this point. Again, trying now to say I need an out as if we are somehow that's the thing. I'm gonna delete that though. It's just like, you need an out, and I'm like, oh yeah, enter lettuce 6787. I don't. You know, they do though. That's for sure. Yeah. I definitely need an out in a different way. I clearly understand toxic negative behavior. And a novel back. It's now a novel when actually it's just a few sentences. Again, dude, I can't see how you aren't the one being a troll and can't stop being defensive about a stance that is only trying to say this type of behavior is okay. When it isn't. All right. It's a few sentences, dude. All right, now back to the whole. All right, so we got them this protein. That's what we're looking for. We're getting them this protein that now has the new DNA encoded on it. Because we can create a cell that creates the new DNA, and all we have to do is effectively just kind of like redesign that particular area's DNA with a Cas9 thing to essentially change it. Make it so your T cells or white blood cells happen to produce the new T cells or the let's say immune system cell manufacturer areas now produce these new types of cells with the DNA change. All right, so new espresso. There we are. Here we go. Alright, so what time is it? It's late and I shouldn't be doing it, but I am. Okay, it's not actually pushing through. Yeah, oh well. I ground it too. Fine. Let's just lift that off. I have to drain into the cup. There we go. You don't mind? Nah, I can do it again. It's not a big deal. Give my espresso. Now, as I already explained, someone else apparently is, it won't work. And you won't leave what won't. You should know, since you're brilliant. No, I regularly say I don't know everything. That's obviously a cop-out for you not wanting to work with someone that you don't like. Which is toxic behavior. Shut up real fast on that one. What do you know that we don't know? Considering the mass profile, what he's saying is correct. Like, if you happen to make that engine that large enough, then you do get those results. Then it would work. It would work then. Oh. There's a wormhole skin design that we're not talking about. Oh, yes, no, I'm well aware of this problem. Yeah, no, that's a problem. Really, because if it ever fails, because it's an active wormhole instead of a passive wormhole, then what does it do? It causes a problem. If that thing ever happens to fail, it doesn't have the energy, what ends up happening, everyone? It blows up. It's going to blow up because that's what you're sending in terms of pressure, light, neutrons, everything else, back to your fusion areas and tube areas, basically. It's a wonderful design, but in fact, in reality, it just definitely seems to be a little rough. Really? Yeah, it's dangerous. Like, honestly speaking, that one's dangerous to me. So, as it's described to you before, it wouldn't work at all, and okay. Well, so clearly, you know about that problem. So clearly, you're not there, and you're not floundering. I love that fucking double down from Lettuce. Oh my fucking god. He is whoever they are. Lying through their teeth if you think. And anyway, I'm just, what? Nothing. It's like you are doubling down hard on defending bad behavior. This is exactly a classic example in terms of sociological experiments about how it is a group mob mentality wants to defend its actions and will not fucking, simply allow for, hey, we didn't act so well. Which, I love this case study. I'd definitely use this as a fucking thesis for my very fucking, PhD, some sort of a PhD as an experiment on Reddit. It's like, look, the espresso community widely regarded as not that hostile or political in any way. And yet, we see the same behavior in these contrarian areas of the online internet spheres, adding to various echo chamber validations here, as in only one way was allowed, and if any suggestions were there, such like back in the day, or still happening right now with Christianity, Proud Boys, QAnon, the government, CIA, FBI, or more, then we end up realizing a very similar pathology suddenly happens. Yeah, pathology of the mind virus that is the mob mentality. Yeah, the belief systems that should not in any way ever be allowed to change or grow or be different than this and what we think. And that is it. That is no way, no how, but we're allowing you to just shut up and just fucking take and do what we say. Like parents, remember? But are you? Are you really parenting at that point? You're really just doubling down on shitty behavior. Anyways, getting back to the immortality style, hopefully, design here. You know, I'm still working on this one, if I'm honest. This one isn't a... You know what? The basic concept will be fundamentally perfect. Fuck off. Like, legitimately. This one's more of a... Well, actually, this is going to go through a bunch of revisions in different stages of design. I already know. Like, it's nowhere near where my fucking other engines are or anything else, so... And I don't really know nearly anything about what it is I'm talking about nearly to the same degree as I do about that other stuff. So, I already know it's going to change. But the basic concept is those manufacturer cells create the cell now to have the protein. The protein now has a different set of action it takes, instead of deciding to not just... Because if you don't know, when a cell is going to divide, it's going to check it, but it's now going to need to be like, oh, actually, you, even though it doesn't seem like it, and it's not maybe a thing for this other thing that checked, but when I checked, it showed that you are expressing that you should be having this DNA change to now being that you are a stem cell. You want to become a stem cell. DNA will express a certain DNA expression thing, and then effectively what it means is it's like, hey, I'm a stem cell, or I want to become a stem cell. You know, more or less. And they spend a great deal of fucking money to basically just make, you know, things do that and revert them back. And it's like, all I have to do is basically just make it go like, so, whatever, every single time you want to be a stem cell. But it's like, now we're building up a problem. If you don't know, this is one of the worst problems about this design. You build up a massive amount of fucking new cells that are dividing. So you've densified the shit out of your total amount of body. Because it can only have so many cells. It can only have so many things in certain areas. And that's going to starve it of all the nutrients and everything else. So it's like, there's a problem here. But the basic concept design for like being able to get it to become a stem cell, that's reasonable. If you didn't know, that's reasonable. Really? Yeah, no, that one's fine. It's just hard to do, is what they... Well, it's not that hard. Actually, like, legitimately can probably body hack this. Because there's a thing that basically, we know the DNA that creates the protein. In fact, we know the manufacturer cell of that protein. What we're going to do is basically just combine the two and brute force methodology, more or less. Well, I'm working with imagination. It's a thing. Are you imagination? Is this a thing? I wish I could tell them, who you are and all that. Considering the whole connection thing. I know, right? Not to mention you keep wanting to be completely visible, so that was a thing. But effectively, if it was a we, it would be me involved instead of what it is, which is I'm not involved, which is not allowed. Anyways, we're going to move off. Yeah. So, what you're going to want to do, instead of creating a hybrid cell kind of creation, instead we're looking more towards, I'm looking more towards creating something else entirely. That's kind of one of the worst parts about this design. It's like, what are you looking to try and make? And I'm like, a receptor. What? I'm making the cell that creates the immune system cell to have go over there as a chemical marker to this protein. And now we will interlock like Voltron and are now a bunch of cells together doing a job together. As necessary, together. The entourage effect is on point. But see, that's the thing. It's like, we already have the cell that makes it, right? And it's like, yes, I'm just changing that cell to have this. Now, I'm going to go over here and attach to this thing part. And this one is, I'm going to go over here and be able to smell and be able to feel a little bit, but also have this thing. I want you to attach to me. Come on. We're buddy-buddy. We're friends to the end, man. Let's do this. That kind of stuff. And so it's like, that's what that's about. Okay. But it's not perfect. Like I just said, it's like, look, so it turns into a stem cell. I'm like, yeah. But it needs to consume energy. Bingo! I don't need that extra cell, man. That's energy. That's a fucking cell my body can eat. You've figured it out. You've figured out the main my design part that just eats our bodies. It's like, why the hell would I care? It's not doing anything for me anyways. So let's just eat that cell. Now it's consumed for energy. It just needs to break it down, and it's like, yeah, white blood cells. Wait, what? White blood cells. Instead of a T cell, we have a white blood cell. That's going to be around. Wait, what? That's all it's meant for. Like, legitimately. Yeah. Seriously? Just checking my drawing size. But yes, no, it's just a white blood cell change. I'm changing the white blood cell to be able to consume and be able to pass off nutrients. So now the white blood cell consumes these extraneous because it will split one to the other with the T protein cell or some other immune system, yes, cell with a protein attached. And so now the white blood cell is going to go over there and it's going to go, no, guess what, bro? Guess what you are? Yeah, that's right. You're the one I eat. Nom, 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 nom. Hey, you over there, do you need some nutrients? Yeah, I'm gonna shit on you. All these nutrients. I need this amount of nutrients, though, so fuck off. Circle of life! Circle of life, folks. And that's really the crux of the entirety of the concept. It's like, look, it doesn't work unless you have these cells get mutated and changed into doing these things. And so that's why it's a 3-in-1 design instead of a 1-in-1 vaccination, which is an mRNA Cas9 system. mRNA Cas9 system. That is correct, my man. You got it. High five, snap, snap. What the? That's true. That's all that's going to be. It's a 2-series design that happens to attach itself to these areas. And so all I need to do is add the third one, which goes, you. That's your cell. I'm telling him to go over and change you. Attach you. That's right, motherfucker. You thought I wasn't going to? Bitch, you thought wrong. I'm absolutely telling him all about this motherfucker right here. This is the guy you need to fucking change. This is the motherfucker right here. Yeah, go fucking change that bitch. Yeah, you get him, motherfucker. Yeah, fucking awesome. All right, we gotta do other stuff. And that is literally now the entourage effect explained for a vaccination non-virus design with using markers for it to go understand what it needs to attach to, and won't attach to anything without those markers. So basic concept, what's wrong with it? Right now, we don't know if we can actually make it decide to want to attach. We don't know if we can get it to express or change the decision of the cell to go and revert back to a stem cell the way we would like. On top of, when it does so, it needs to have one decide to be the one for death and the other to be one for life. And we need to double check that. That way, both are not going to be for death or for life. We have to double check. And so it's like, scan this one. All right, scan again. Oh, correct. All right, this one. We're good. Still not going to be perfect, but neither is our body. So I think we've got a handle on it for the basics. And by we, I mean, the head thing kind of, and hopefully, who knows, maybe someone ever actually sees this and decides they want to join forces against the evil, the time before us people, and corporate America and the world and other things, such forth and on like that. That kind of stuff. So, what's the problem with the design? Why is it going to revise? Because it's too many things. It's a lot of moving parts. Failure rate's bound to happen. And I'm not a fan of failure. And I need it to work pretty darn well for a very long time. And that's the reason why I have some issues. Okay, this is still quite a workout though. But it's pulling at 9. Just underneath 10. jets. No jets. I'm trying to let go a little too early. Okay, there it is. So I only let go once the pressure drops. That's my problem. Didn't do it until it started dropping. Hold it until it starts to fall. That's the point. Alright, stirring spoon. I usually use a fork. I'm washing the fork. I haven't washed it yet. Whew. It's good espresso. A little rough though. Oh yeah? Yeah. It's a little rough. What's rough about it? The body and texture, great. The bitterness to the sweetness ratio, not so good. Could be the grind. I mean, not the grind, the, actually, could actually genuinely be that grind. Truthfully, yeah. It does have sweetness. It does have caramel more than chocolate. Really? Yes. Little something extra special in that caramel, seems like. Anyways, where's it going? Right, so the basic problem I have with my design is that it's not extremely practical. Not to mention, there are easier ways to get a fucking stem cell versus that protein. Really, yeah. By having the protein no longer be a thing. Sorry. Instead, that one now changes to a longer living set of DNA profile, or more apt to have a better rate of excretion for waste, or my personal favorite, this is the one I'm doing. Okay. It changes it to change the cells to exert or push out more chemical signatures to various phenomenon of stress, telomere length decrease, or not telomere length, I mean, that's basically just normal, but like now it won't be so normal, you know, signaling of a mutation, maybe, but I really wanted to turn off the death signal. This is a death signal to other cells around it to die. And to release a much more powerful series of chemical signatures for satiant or whatever cells that is, and cancer signal cells, based upon a increase or decrease of the amount of excretion profile, protein marker, or not protein, chemical markers of the given cell. Because it's larger, and while it has more small capillaries that it'll forcefully gather around it, it doesn't mean that it suddenly stops its decreasing of outright waste products because of its size and the cube law theory and all the rest of that. There it is. So, if I manage to make it produce certain specific chemical profiles that I can train the immune system, T cell, white blood cells, to go after, then it says, oh, you're the one that I get to eat as the stem cell, or you're the one I get to eat as a cancer, you're the one I get to eat as a, I need to give you these things I have as a result of it opening up my cell structure to passing these chemicals on over to you, whether it be water or various vitamins or minerals or other chemicals. So that way it would work out fairly well as a basic bitch having immortality. Instead, now I wanted to make it kind of, and it still can be attached. In fact, I'm in every way going, it's probably better for it to be attached. But it's probably better for those things to be attached, those two to be attached. Or at least have its own version of the protein, you know? Because, like, it needs to scan. You know, why would it need to do that? And I'm like, well, you know, so kind of like trying my best right now to come up with words as I haven't eaten really all day. Really? Yeah, I'd prefer it to be attached, or at least a version for it to be attached. Because it's like, or it kind of would be an advantageous thing to have, because it's right there. Same thing with the white blood cell, like it's right there. It can scan. It doesn't need to scan and change the changing, you know, cell division. It doesn't need to do that anymore. Instead, now as a better ability, the scan is still the protein scan. You have to remember that. I'm going to be done with Reddit for a while. Why? Because I'm tired of this. Okie dokie. Yeah, thanks, man, for agreeing. You know, say okay. Yeah, fine. I don't mind. At least that's a thing. It's like, I'm not doing that. I'm like, you've been doing that. But okay. You not let it go? You don't have to police people. Someone needs to fucking help people understand how the hell they are acting towards others, because their parents didn't do it. And they're not in therapy. And people really don't understand the outright pain and trauma they're causing each and every one of the people that they interact with over time. It's a lot worse than they think. But, you know, people really don't understand where I come from with that. They really think it's not that big of a deal. And I'm like, until you end up going through enough of it, and then you realize how similar and actually outright just the same that kind of thing is that you're doing. So, and it adds up. It's one of the main reasons why our online, you know, internet interactions can be, depending, very positive to extremely non-positive and toxic to your mental health. And it's like, I'm being toxic to your mental health. And I'm like, I'm defending myself. If you feel that way, you should understand why you feel that way. Now, so what's the scan for the protein one attached to the T cell or other cells? You know, I was thinking, I don't know yet. I had a thought that went through and I can't remember it. I had like where'd it go? God damn you. But it's like, okay, so what would you want it to do? And it's like, I don't want it to really do anything other than make sure that I have, You're just gonna get rid of it? No, because it makes total sense to use. But it's like, that's why it's like, what is it gonna do? And it's like, those are the ones that it produces that are, because if you produce these proteins, I mean, there's nothing saying you can't produce another one alongside of it that's going to add itself to this. And so, like, this protein can hook into our DNA, right? And it's like, what are we looking for in our DNA? And it's like, well, that's the only thing it's really meant for, is a scanning DNA corrector. I know we can, it's true, Right, yeah, correct certain DNA things that pop up, but that's not. I mean, that'd be a radiation, I think, maybe design. Like if you're near radiation, you'd be able to like use that to effectively correct for radiation exposure mutations. Even if like otherwise, it still breaks down the damn cell. That's the ones that it didn't break down that managed to do that. But I don't feel like it's worth it. And it's like, there's nothing saying I can't have this protein do something else. And it's like, I'm trying to look at what the other proteins are that are out there that we use in our bodies. Like, slightly altering them. Because we create a lot of proteins. Not just for our muscles, folks. We use a lot of proteins throughout our body to do many signaling, chemical signaling things, and enzymes too. So if we have a protein that allows for an enzyme connection, because it's right there, hey guys, I'm having this injury, or I need you to do this, something like that. I think it's something I wanted to do with neurons. Honestly, yeah, because it's like if I put the protein on that allows for us to go into and cross our blood-brain barrier, because it allows for it to go through, then we'd be able to use that as a simple way that also attaches to the protein change to get into our blood-brain barrier and maybe even our eyes. Although I don't think our eyes have that a barrier that needs to cross, but we might be able to make something like that work over time. I don't think so, though. If I'm being honest, I can't be too certain. I really just, something feels off about that. So I feel like that's not the case, and it might be easier to target our cerebral spinal fluid by crossing that particular area and allowing for that to be filled with brain-derived neurogenesis factor. Thank you. Yeah. To create new blood cells and increase oxytocin to form better, stronger connections. But I also want changes. I want changes, and so it's like I need it to create a protein. I guess it can just detach itself, go into the brain, and target certain DNA in the neurons to allow for, if they are presenting with that DNA that is Parkinson's, maybe, because it doesn't produce, or schizophrenia, maybe, or Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's is a different beast altogether. Parkinson's, from what we understand, expresses or doesn't express enough dopamine, so we'd be able to change that. We don't really know that much about those diseases. Honestly, we say that it's a dopamine-driven response system, but again, the dopamine-driven response system isn't quite accurate because there's a cascade effect. And we see that there's a dopamine-driven response system for this schizophrenia type action, but there's also allowances of signaling to other parts of the areas of the brain, and then other areas that seem to have a over degradation, like those neurons die quicker in the upper part of the prefrontal cortex area. I forget where it was, but and even then you don't really know if that's actually being driven by a DNA or a protein that happens to be responding to something and creating a signal to respond by eliciting dopamine or serotonin or oxytocin. Which is actually feasible. Which is one of the reasons why I'm like, that's probably what causes me to have this stuff going on, even though I don't seem to exhibit the same response symptoms of a typical schizophrenic or schizoaffective. And why I might be able to see the things I do in the way I do, which is now just an evolutionary trait versus schizophrenia. so blunt and reductive. So that's a thing. So what are you trying to do? I'm trying to use this protein as a way to basically create a genuine ability to... Sorry, I need to do something. No, that's not going to clean it right. See if the protein allows for the T cells can go through. Really, they're getting stopped by a chemical signal that they're attached to. Usually, one can get around that. Do we want it in there? I mean, the answer isn't no, the answer isn't yes. It all depends on what it's trying to do. And changing DNA isn't necessarily the best idea if we don't know if that's actually the correct anything there to occur. Like, hey, thanks for the understanding that, hey, while we say we know what it's caused by, there is in no way, shape, or fucking form we know, actually. We say we do, we don't know. We really don't know. We just have some good guesses that seem to have these indicators, and the fact of the matter is a glutamate response trigger because of an overactive dopamine response could absolutely be the case for schizophrenia, allowing through signaling that doesn't actually mean anything other than their own thoughts or something similar occurring. And instead of not dopamine, it's instead a signaling glutamate interaction that allows for the signal to hop through in a area it wasn't meant to go to. Like a bad transistor of P or N type. So neurobiologist now? No, I'm not. Just a regular person that knows a couple of things. So, what is it you're hoping to do? Clear out things. Yeah, that's literally the only thing I'm hoping to do. I was hoping to basically revert back. Also revert back, yeah, I need to be able to, have the immune system, because the T cells are the thing that are, or the white blood cells are the things that are going to help revert back stem cells as a result of this protein saying, hey, you revert back using this DNA change after you split. And so eventually, as it splits, one's going to not be there because it's going to get eaten, which is fine. We don't mind. But then that one will split and it will only have one survive. But now it's definitely reverted back to a stem cell. So it just takes a little bit of time to get itself going. Yes, that should be the only real crux of these designs. It's like they take a little bit of time to get up and going, but for the most part, they're not bad. And there's nothing saying we can't just simply decide to make the protein, I guess, signal. No, I don't want the protein to signal. I mean, because it's not hard to basically, make it tell our cerebral spinal fluid areas to go, hey, brain-derived neurogenesis factor, and compound is activated and is grown with you. You know what I mean? Like that's all it's really seemingly about, kind of. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, what's the biggest rush on this? It's that damn protein. I had it for something. I just forgot what it was. I had it for something. Like, I genuinely had it for something. What'd you have it for? That's what I'm trying to remember, man. It's like, because I know a lot of them are like, well, I could use it for this and use it for that. And I'm like, those are all nice. But I don't, I wanted to use it for my thing. I want to get my voice out there. And I'm sure those aren't terrible, and they probably will work very well. I'm just trying to figure out my design. Okay. Really? Yeah. Yeah, that's all that is. So, there's nothing spectacularly crazy about it. I'm just getting stopped from thinking because I'm talking with you. And you keep asking questions. Stupid turmeric. It could be an anti-inflammatory. Nah, it's not. It's a protein. It's a protein that's just meant to scan. We're going to change it to be slightly different of what it scans for. And it's going to turn off the signaling processing for cell death. For others. It won't respond to cell death for the other cells around it. It'll still respond. It's still going to die. You know what I mean? Right, yeah. Right, which we know actually how to do that now. True, we do. We usually use it for very high risk or high rewards. Certain things, I should say, certain people, is what we should really say, that are in the military or espionage or political fields, we'll turn off cell signal deaths and immediately try and cool them off to basically try and reduce the outright damage and then run towards like this. Should we say run? Is it a run though? I guess it's kind of like a run. They basically just bolt to like the nearest fucking, hospital if they have to, or, certain types of set up field clinics or areas. That's why a lot of them seem to have impossible bullet, wounds that they should have died from, but they didn't. Ever since they figured that out back in like 2000s or something. Really? Well, yeah, it was a while back. It was mid 2000s or mid 2010s. It's like forever and a day ago in this way, in this area, in the bleeding edge of science. Really, it's a forever and a day ago. Basically, yeah. Gotten well past that and figured out a good damn way of being able to keep it sustained. But they have to take a never-ending supply, kind of like, what is those injections for psoriasis, to take a never-ending supply of pills to keep it up and going, and then every quarter injection, because they haven't figured out how to sustain it like I just talked about. Seriously. So, it's a whole thing. It's very specific and selective to who it is they do it to. So we're talking like a 007 or something? No. Certainly no 007. Sorry, folks. There's no such thing, really, for being honest. That kind of defeats the purpose of trying to be a spy. 007 would never be considered a spy. So then, who is this for? Politicians, certain spies that have very high value, and similar things like that. They have it for celebrities? Nope, they don't use it for celebrities. Celebrities are told to never fucking ever allow this, and just definitely say it's terrible and bad, and just get rid of any thought from anyone and challenge it, get upset, scare them initially to make them not want to head towards it. Really, that's literally all that is, yeah. And then everybody else, because they don't really know who those individuals are, they're just very highly influential to other celebrities. And so, like, then those ones will tell other people, and then the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And it goes down the line until you eventually get to, like, regular folks who think it's bad, and it would be impossible for us to sustain ourselves and not just head off with this immortality to, like, interstellar or intergalactic space and recycle and reuse our nutrients and resources that we already have just fine on this planet. More than enough to sustain even more billions than we already have. All because the status quo power would be not good to change in their minds, because they're the ones that are the status quo. Does it sound so terrible? You really think it can't be done? I'm sorry, it is being done, for sure. How do you know that? Yeah, there's enough evidence, which is regularized journalistic stories and news. Not to mention, you have to actually know things about people. You do a little bit more work. Really? Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, hey, how do you find these fuckers? And it's like, well, typically, you're not trying to find them, you're trying to find the people they interacted with, and then go through a large amount of security camera, web camera, all this other stuff and data based upon, like, what they've decided is going to be their version of events, you know, and have people, like, fail or die, you know, after interacting with them, because there's an objective there. Inevitably, it's one person suddenly, like, disappears. This person entered their life. Who are they? Where did they go? It's almost always a profile with them. It's very, you know, you have to do investigative work, but they're there. Is that really... It's a thing, though, yeah. Is it really, really a thing, or is it just kind of like you're making it up as you go along? No, it's a real thing. You find them. They're real. They're not hard to find. You usually don't want to get seen, but, you know, cameras are going everywhere, even in the poor countries now. So, you just have access to that data. Seen more than enough to know more than enough. What I'll say is, let's get off of that topic. That's a way you can do it right now that's already being done without having to change your fundamental DNA, which is how they got around it with the in-place stem cell and DNA change rules that they have. Really, that is correct. They have rules about not doing this? Pretty significant ones, yeah. DNA changes is fine when it's a biohacker and they don't really think much of it, and they don't really have the ability to change and target anything specifically, and actually some of it's already kind of out there to most of them, because they're not, like, you know, people that know about biomedical signaling cells. There's no DNA stuff. They're not about the enzyme, they're not about the profiles, they're not about it, you know, brute force, you know, stuff. So you're going to get burnt, Leaf, and I don't want you to be burnt. God damn it. And move this. Yeah. Move this. They're moving the leaf in the plant. Let's move the fucking toaster. There we are. That'll be fine. The other toaster isn't going to get burnt. Good. That'll be that. There it is. Should be fine. Should be. Yep. I will be watching. But nothing, just leave her alone. Alright, so I'm going to be talking about my basic ass bitch immortality through a couple of injections a year. A couple ass injections a year and some basic bitch virals, effectively. You know, they're not antivirals, they're just viral loads that head towards specific areas of the body. They wouldn't use a Cas9. Well, they're viral loads for the immune system to attack. Try and train it, I guess, or I don't know what the hell their thinking was, honestly. All I know is that it's kind of boring what I found out when I looked into that particular piece of evidence that was stored. Weirdly enough, it's almost like they were begging for people to find it, you know, the leaker, whoever they might have been. On regular ClearNet sites. So, what is it they use the virus for? They're training the immune system, more or less, to make sure to consistently keep going after something. Because they don't, basically the virus becomes like, the immune system isn't going to go fucking after all these different things in their body or something. I don't remember what the hell their thinking really was. And that's where I'm like, they didn't tell them everything. Because they wouldn't use an immune system load to train anything. And then I'm like, that doesn't make sense. But there's still kernels of truth there. That's for sure a thing. So that's a thing I have to deal with. So what do you think they did? Enzyme? No, I don't think enzyme was a thing. Personally, I think because they already have certain chemical signaling dampeners, which is like, you know, hey, mint reduces the amount of pain for capsaicin. Right, yes it does. Right, so it's like, so if mint reduces the amount of pain signal from capsaicin, and capsaicin of course activates the damn thing, then like what they'll probably do is just use a chemical dampening signal for signaling cell death by reducing whatever and mixing it or something. More likely to me it's an enzyme attached, like a catalyst enzyme that's attached that they take that reduces cell signal death to outside area cells. And so basically reduces the outright amount of perceived by other cells around it, signaling that death needs to occur. And you'd have to know a thing or two about that to know that that's actually a thing that they do. So, and then the injections, I'm assuming, are just to consistent cast or some other style. Some other style of, god damn, Ryle. Here, let me block it just a little bit. So there's another style of, hey, change this, kind of thing, like our psoriasis shot, by basically changing what the attached profile of these signals for the cells are. I think that's basically all they do. They're not actually changing any DNA, otherwise they wouldn't be able to sell it, I'm pretty sure. And so, as a result, it's like, all they're really most likely doing is just adding I guess a signaling or designaling to certain cells. It's like they're using their immune system to blah blah blah, and I'm like, yeah, well, maybe not, honestly. It's like they can use the cast, but it's not really meant for that, and they're not approved. Not that that's ever stopped certain things before, but then the soldiers that they have or whatever they want to call themselves, I don't really give a shit, are all pretty much similar in scope to me. And how it is. I don't really want that. And that sounds scary and blah, 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 blah. So, as a result, they're less likely and as apt to probably accept some idea of that. So my guess, they would be doing this thing. Instead of cell signaling on psoriasis, it would most likely end up becoming a similar version to no, I can't go with that. No. Really? No. Huh. Well, I can't go with that because it's like, that wouldn't make sense, and I don't want to tell them. Because, like, I'm trying to come up, basically, with what it is they're probably trying to do with this setup. Second here. What do you think they're doing? I'm going with off-the-shelf parts that I'm aware of are. What? Well, there are off-the-shelf parts. Like, we have, things that are meant to fight our immune system, change the immune system, go after cancer because of the immune system. They would have started this probably 5, maybe 7 years ago. And as a result, it would have been not regular for them to use a immune system change. Not creating a story. I'm actually just trying to figure out what it is their specific version is, instead of my better version, which would totally be better in every aspect. Instead of their wimpy, shitty thing that causes all the side effects that they're seeing, with them having their minds kind of warp and go into psychotic states for long periods of time. Long periods? Yeah, and that should explain the overactive of their immune system. Really? Yeah, no, which I believe It's not signaling. See, there's no signaling on that part, though. That's the reason why I'm like, it's not a signal. Oh. Oh. So, wait, then what is it? And it's like, that's what I'm trying to remember. That's what it is. What? That's what it would have to be. Tell us. So they're basically just training their immune system to go after certain chemical signatures. They'd have to be going after that versus something else. So it's like, you know how an immune system can be triggering after a certain type of, virus. Well, the virus has certain chemical signatures, typically, but like they also just kind of go, it's a dead virus, usually, which isn't spectacularly amazing in itself, and if it doesn't know to go after it, then like it doesn't know to go after it. So what they'll do is they add to the immune system cell that's going to go after it, or not the immune system cell, sorry. They add to the dead virus, typically, newer styles here, a signaling to be attacked. From what I remember, that's basically what they do for their more advanced, but they had it for like the last 10 years or something like that, versions of vaccinations. Wait, seriously? Yeah, it's a cell signaling thing. Well, no, and yes, question mark? Yes and no. See, it's more about the fact that they're just setting it up for a chemical signal that the cells in our body happen to produce once they are already in a particular emergency or wanting to split or something. Something like that. I would imagine it's mostly just down to so it's a virus that's coded in this cell signal, the attack. But the virus isn't a virus, it's a compound that they'll attach the attack signal to that then allows for the viruses to be trained, or the immune system to be trained to attack any cells in their body that produce a signal. And I'm trying to remember my basics here about what type of cell signal they'd want to stop, not the cell signal of death, because that wouldn't be appropriate. You know what I mean? It's just, they don't need to. They already have a suppressor drug. So my guess is I need to do some more math and science in my head. No, I just need to think a little bit more. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, wait a second. What's the easiest way to do this? That gives them the most bang for the buck. Because, of course, they're not dumb. You know what I mean? They're not dumb. They know a lot. And, like, the cheapest, simplest solution that they can manufacture, while it seems like they have a tremendous amount of money, they don't have that much money. It doesn't go forever. Things do add up, like, a lot, very quickly. So, what are you thinking? No, we're not doing satiate. There's no way that would be worthless to them. So what are they doing? They're trying to get a kind of version of cell immortality. Wait, what? Yeah, I mean, it's a cell immortality. What does that mean? Like, you know how cancer basically, kind of tricks the body, and it kind of tricks, because the immune system doesn't want to hurt it or whatever, right? Well, like the immune system will initiate a repair response signal to certain cells. Really? Yeah, it does do that. And so, like, they're most likely heading that direction with it. It's like they're trying to get a cell response signal that the immune system is targeting to attack, to basically force a repair, I would imagine, to all the cells in their body. Which would be a really shitty kind of method that would cause a lot of issues. It does. Seriously? Yeah, no, it's how did you know that? It's like, well, because it's a really rudimentary method. It's like, hey, you're attacking, you're pretty much always attacking, but only a little. You see, it can't attack the body like that. Wait, what? It's just because you triggered it to attack, it's not like it doesn't know that response signal is to repair the damn cell. Right. Oh, that's what that is. Yeah, it's a response signal to fucking repair their cells. Like, that's the only way that would work. So it's like they're attacking, and then, oh, hey. So I guess they're speeding up. They're like, but they're wasting energy. That would not work. Exactly, it wouldn't. So it's like, that wouldn't be the correct way that they. And in fact, they would have seen that pretty quickly. So that wouldn't be the right call. Huh. It doesn't make any damn sense to do it that way. At all. I don't care what anyone says to me. It's like, that's not making sense to do it that way. So what would they do instead? It's a good question. Give me some time to think here. Why? Well, it's like, you said you wouldn't tell them! You said you wouldn't tell them! What's going on in my head? And I'm like, that's because you were fucking promising me things that you were never going to deliver, and you thought that I wasn't going to fucking go after you when you decided to not deliver on them. So you thought I'd be dead anyways. So, are we really going to, like, do that? Hurts me. How do you think? Oh, because they won't go very far? No. That one's usually a liar. Unless it serves both our purposes. So it's like, what's the vaccination for? You can use it for a chemical compound. They use it for a chemical compound? Would it be necessary for a chemical compound? It'd be easier for them to attack certain cells in their body? Like other immune system cells that are not reacting correctly? As a result of the cell signal death process being disrupted? With a blanket fucking Pill? Yeah. How the hell would you know this? Because I remember in the past coming up with it. And being all animated and fucking shoving in their faces how little they knew. That kind of thing. I said you wouldn't tell. I said I wouldn't tell. What wouldn't I say? Huh. So we need to be the ones that are good. And you're gonna die anyways, so who cares? And you're a shitty person, so why the hell would we not want to do that to you? And you're like this and that, and so therefore we're justified in being able to do that. Standard psychological mistreatment, neglect, emotional abuse. Then you see here. So there's some other stuff attached to that. Because they usually do mean that it'll hurt me. So that almost always means I'm not going to look super great and I was afraid of something. But no, I already put it out online. So why would I care? So as a result, it would appear as though, no, I'm good to go. Where am I? Influx of passengers. I'm not that angry about that. It'd be something else. It probably isn't what they're using it for, I'd imagine, but they could use it for that. Immune systems need to be replaced. They've built up in the system and caused plaques and other problems. Body clears them out pretty fast. They'd just be working a little harder. You just have like a week or something off between each vaccination. That was the case. Said you wouldn't tell him. You said you wouldn't tell him. He's trying to scare me. It's what I can best think that was. But he knows something I don't. Something I should really know before I fucking say something about that design. Is what I get for the impression of what they're trying to say.
You around? Don't you know Armando didn't show up today? What the fuck is this? He's like, every Wednesday I'm gonna show up at 9 in the morning. We're gonna have a meeting. Proceeds for like
Yeah, turned on my damn thing. No, no, no. God damn you. Let's see here. you're thinking about, shouldn't say it, shouldn't say it, shouldn't say it, shouldn't say it, but aren't you a really bad person to me? Yeah. So wouldn't that mean I definitely need to get rid of whatever you are? And you can't help me and it wouldn't be worth it to keep you around. I would be. He would be, yeah. All ganging up on me. So, my guess is then it's not a chemical compound signal to attack. It wouldn't work anyways. Sounds smart, but it's not. They would definitely want to go after certain cells. They wouldn't be able to change them back into any kind of like stem cells with that kind of a thing. No, but they could do something else with that. But I doubt that they did because that's a little less worth it than what they're probably going to do, which is more simple. So it's about keeping it simple. I have to stop the cells from doing something for a while. Or doing something to the cells for a while. It's only two paths here. But they wouldn't want to slow down metabolism. They wouldn't want to really speed up the process of any death. They wouldn't want to make a cell change. I want to clear something out. That's all that immune system is really for. It's not meant for building anything. Make it good at what it's doing. I get the waste part, but it's not going to be waste because they can't use the waste. It's already being used by someone else. So what are they doing? You're not likely to build something. Furby, can you not? Oh, that's exactly what that would probably be. Yeah, paw at the thing, and then it scratches for a while, and then leave it alone. Paw at the thing, scratch at it for a while, and then leave it alone. Scratch at it for a while, then leave it alone. Pause at it for a bit. Oh, it's actively keeping it doing something. that be doing? What would that be doing? Good question. Very good question. In fact, if anything, that's going to help it. Needs the scratching, likes and enjoys the scratching, actually makes the scratching worthwhile because it eases off stress, anxiety, depression, oxidative problems. It's just improving cell function, basically. No, it'd be something else. It'd have to be something else. It doesn't make sense for it to not be something else. I'm putting energy in. I enjoy scratching my cat, giving her attention, which it helps the immune system as a result. It's indeed weird, isn't it? It's a little. Why? Because it's like a roundabout way of discussing its function. It's actually helping the cell, but not in the way you would think. It's not transferring anything. Maybe that has nothing to do with it. Maybe my cat's just fucking around. Let's go back to the drawing board. They can only be doing something to attack, something to clear. Furby, no. It could be putting water into it, yeah. I really doubt it would do that, though. Like, tremendously. I doubt that it would do that. No, Furby. So what are you thinking? I don't know. I need to think about something. Want something else? No, I think I'm good with what I've got going on right now. What do it want to do? What's the cheapest, simplest solution? Cheapest, simplest solution for an immune system response to gain an advantage over death, not just a cell signaling death. Clearing up scar tissue, maybe? Like, scar tissue might be good to go after. Why would you think that? It's not hard to do. We just happen to have a hard time getting at it because our immune systems don't actually go after the scar tissue cell. But it has to elicit a response, a chemical response. Protein or enzyme, something. It'd have to change the immune system to basically be able to go after that, so that way it just puts a new cell there. That way it would remove scarring, which could be a huge deal for knees, or any joint really, any wound healing. Same thing with the scar tissue formations in our own brain, because it would, unfortunately enough, pass through our blood-brain barrier, and our immune systems would attack the blood-brain barrier, remove scar tissue. It wouldn't be a very pleasant thing at times. So any emotional disturbance could have a massive migraine and more response. Along with being very, very rough, aggressive, assertive. No, none of those work. It's a psychotic state. During the healing process. Because its immune system is effectively signaling with no brain-derived neurogenesis factor to attack and destroy scar tissue in the brain. Head injuries would be pretty rough. And it would definitely cause inflammation in the brain. There'd be a few significant side effects, actually. Sure, scar tissue? No, I'm not. It's a thought. It's a possibility, put it on the board, kind of thing. What else would we be trying to do? Well, the fact, if we want to look at the cons that aren't just, the scar tissue being attacked, we're looking at, more than anything, the fact that it wouldn't really be that helpful. As for the most part, it's doing almost nothing until you're injured, which you don't really want injuries ever. And so the application that they're looking for is an increased awareness, reactivity, stamina, something like that. Like, these are soldiers or, spies, politicians, whatever. They want to cheat death, but, significant enough injury occurs, they can't do anything. Doesn't matter. So instead, it'd be all about improving their functional capacity, react a little quicker. They might not have gotten shot, might have dodged, they've been around the corner because they didn't slow down. So I'm guessing it would be an ATP production consideration. So you have to train the immune system. Which might explain the cat thing. It's like, hey, I need ATP. It's like, hey, I need this thing to produce this. If the immune system is breaking or passing along? Can act as a courier, drop off its own. I don't think it transports ATP. What does it do, though? I mean, it's just attacking things. Yes, but how does it attack things? That's the question. Huh. Can it do ATP? No. Yeah, but it would be a bad thing. Yeah, because your body would never be able to turn off. Like, seriously, it would cause a really bad problem. You'd be overly activated, and you would pretty much... It just would have a lot of issues with that kind of a design. You don't see with what they have. So it's just a story. It's all a story. This is still a really good story, but like it's just a story. Sound familiar with what you're saying about now? Well, you can fucking just imagine I'm saying that. Imagine. I do this. Make it a video. Use the same wallpaper. Why is this suddenly slow now? Twitter, huh? There we go. Finally. There it is. Alright, so December 7th, I have two parts. No, there's part 3 right there. Alright. So, we're getting on with this. Yeah, it would paw, send a signal. I'm coming over to do the thing. Basically, make it, like, be able to work better. And de-stress. And have all that stuff fun. And then I would back off, and then it would ask for another, and then I would do it again. It's the immune system response kind of thing. So what would it be trying to achieve? That's a good question. It's a central nervous system stimulant. I suppose it could work, but it wouldn't do it. There's no real way to increase the speed, I would imagine, of the nerves under myelin sheath. It wouldn't be inflammation markers, because inflammation markers just wouldn't work. You want inflammation markers because otherwise healing would occur, or wouldn't occur. I suppose you could just bump around on the cell, squeeze it a little bit, scratch it a little bit, and try and get rid of some of its waste faster by spending some of the immune system energy. That wouldn't really be advisable. In fact, it wouldn't really work at all. But the cell does have like a little furry matrix bristling it. Would work. I wonder if like bumping around on those bristles would allow for the response for it to excrete faster. Remove some of the waste products faster. Because it's trying to have an exchange, maybe it thinks. That wouldn't really work with the immune system, though. As it would just try and attack it. It needs to be clearing something. It needs to clear something pretty substantial. It's a detriment. I mean, it's not going to be satiant cells. Like, what the hell is this, honestly? It'd be once a quarter, for sure. I make sure their immune system is no longer activating a certain profile. So it has to be activating a profile. Like, that's what this would be about. So it's like, hey, I'm activating for this response that's going on. If it's like a psoriasis shot, yeah. So what response would you want to remove? And it's like, that's the question, isn't it? What response does want to be removed? What response indeed? Good question. No idea. Why did that close itself? It's a fucking weird one. Alright, what response would it want to remove? Damn good question. So of course in the play files. This is the movies, this is the easy voice recorder. There it is. Alright, so why is it not doing it though? Why did it close itself? What response does it want to remove? It's a bad response that everybody has. Stress. Yeah. Yeah, actually it'd want to remove chemical signaling. But it can't do that. Actually, it might be able to. Yeah, if I chemically signal for the immune system to attack the proteins. For like the adrenal response. But it's not that. It's just a lot more. You need adrenal, and that's going to help. Like, you need that. So they wouldn't want to remove that. Huh. So what would they be using it for? That's the question. I don't really know. It's a good question, honestly. I'm trying to. Well, I know of a few things. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to run through my list here. It might just end up being that I don't have it in my list. It's like it's fairly easy. Huh. Yeah. Cheating death by removing a problem. They want to remove the possibility of them running into trouble because they didn't notice. They weren't on edge, so they constantly signal. But no, they need to ease off. So it would be a cortisol hormone response. But they can't remove that. Hormone responses don't really work that way. You could attack them, but that would be terrible as a result of it not being converted back into another hormone for you to actually use. Huh. I need to dive deeper. A second, I need to restart my computer. What do you think about this Reddit thing? I'm thinking about deleting it. Truthfully. Really? Yeah. So, what would be a better response to remove? That's a good question. I don't really know. That's my problem. This is like, usually the body has very good responses. So, it would be a response that we all kind of share that we kind of don't need. Wouldn't be able to get rid of cancer that way. We wouldn't have had that. And it started up a while ago. Like, it makes no sense to do something like that. Right. It's like, honestly, I'm not really getting very far right now because I'm just saying the same things over. But it's like, it's processing. It's processing. It's like, what the hell would they want to get rid of? There's so many different things that they can get rid of. So many different ways they could get rid of it. So I don't know. It's like it's obviously an immune system. It's obviously trying to get rid of something. It's obviously trying to clear something up faster, like a buildup in the body. It doesn't break down fast. Lactic acid, maybe? No, 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 no. You wouldn't want that. Really? I mean, you would, because it would allow you to increase endurance, but that's not really going to cheat you death. Remember, these are smart people that have a lot of time on their hands and a lot more, information than I do. So it really doesn't make sense for them to, like, try and cheat death that way. It just doesn't really occur very well. So that would be something that gives them an edge, an advantage. An advantage. I'm focusing on other things, which is my problem right now. If I'm being honest, I'm trying to create my videos so I can post them to YouTube. So let's just turn that off for a second and focus on this because it's kind of getting late. Yeah, yeah. I need to finish my food, so I can do that tomorrow. Yeah. Immune system response. Immune system response. Immune system response. It'd be good long term to have all year round. It's cheating death because it's helping remove a hormone or enzyme trigger. What? Yeah, it has to be an enzyme trigger of some kind, like a marker. Like a marker? Yeah, well, there's enzyme markers that we use in our bodies to basically go, hey, do this thing when a protein is exerted. And so we'd probably want to remove, or no, we're activating instead. We'd have to activate with the immune system an enzyme marker. Instead of removing an enzyme, we'd be acting as if we've activated the enzyme so that way it does the expected action for healing, which would be an inflammation marker. But it can't attach itself to that. No. And it'd be signaling it consistently enough that it would come over and do it until it was done, and then it wouldn't signal it anymore. It's like a bunch of waste. No, I mean, it wouldn't be waste. Huh. It'd be function. It's like cellular function has decreased. It's starting to output a certain chemical marker output. The moment it does that, then it's going to go over and go, hey, 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 wake up, hey, here's a little scratchy scratch, hey, until it stops eliciting it. and bump into it for a while, scratch it. It's not going to give it anything. Can't. Can activate some stuff, maybe. I don't think that would do that. No, because they have to deactivate the response, but activate the response, which is such a weird concept in a way. It's like, hey, attack this, but now I need to change the response to attacking that. So I guess it would be signaling for what, cell death? Cancer? Yeah, cancer is a way to do it that you were trying to hide from me. You know, but it can't do cancer. Instead, it's like, you're going to say this signal is an activation of attack. That's all it can really do. So it's like, attack this thing, but it'll stop attacking it after a certain amount when it's no longer doing it, which it can only do sometimes. Otherwise, it won't do it all the time. Otherwise, it'll do it all the time until the death of the cell. Which is the waste signal. I'd imagine it's a waste signal. It has to be. It doesn't make sense. Cells process things. They do a certain function, and they have to excrete their waste. The only way it's going to be able to know to go after that signal is if it's trained to know about that signal. True, they have that. They have immunosystem enzyme inhibitors already. Let me look that up. Immune system enzyme inhibitors. Boost innate immune system. Drug that stimulates immune system is brought onto supporting healthy immune system. Antibiotic. Huh. This inhibits immunity and disease, cancers. Whatever. I'm gonna move off of that for right now because I don't think it's enzyme then. What would this fucking be? It's so annoying. It's like, look, what the fuck? It has to make the cell last longer by doing this with the immune system. So, what does the immune system do to be able to make it last longer? Yeah. Means this clear to breathe, but secrete numerous signaling molecules that induce appropriate cell proliferation differentiation programs. The immune system repair cells. Immune system repair process. Such as immunosuppressive, social regeneration, also suppresses cell untrilineage and translineage. You make it want to decrease outright cellular response to stress and damage. How do cells get damaged? That's a better way to ask that. stress has got blah blah blah. Inflammation lead to cancer. Cells chemically modified different proteins which change their activity and function. Stress can see various cells, shorter telomeres, chromosomes. So they're going with the telomeres, which makes sense. You've been trying to tell me that for a while. Cellular risk of heart disease, diabetes, cancer. So. But we've seen telomere length increasing or stabilization doesn't actually improve the likelihood of someone's outright age. So they probably wouldn't do that. They already knew about that. They would have had to have known. So removing something, it's going to attack. It's based on a chemical signal the cell is putting out. No, that wouldn't be the right thing. So it is senescence. Senescence. Senescence, that's what it is. Decrease in phosphorylated retinoblastoma protein. Coming to cell arrest include. So they came in, so they retired. Refused to die. Well, I mean, we're blocking its signaling pathway for death, so that everything pretty much becomes a senescent cell. And we would need to have the immune system pick up on the beginning of that cell to start dying and be able to reactivate the cell by transferring something or telling it that it's already divided, or allow for it to pick up and continue going. So what stops senescence process? Mandu, a protein the key to extending longevity. Contains a activating cellular process called protects against it by activating the autophagy. It parts breaks in the cell and recycles the components. So basically, we found out a way to stop that, but we need it to stop it. Huh. We need a way to stop it. Because otherwise our cells would just build up a shit ton of those things. We're always dividing cells. And so we need our immune system to attack it. Senescence. Cells markers. GH2AX nuclear foci or phosphorylated P53 are commonly used as markers of senescence. However, DDRs activate a variety of DNA damaging stimuli that do not lead to cells to a senescent state. Or not all senescence programs are a consequence of DDRs, so they wouldn't be able to get everything, but how do you detect senescence? Beta gal activation is commonly used as a biomarker for senescence cells. It is considered a hallmark, so it does not cause the phenomenon. Okay. So what would they be doing? They'd be using the immune system to attack these cells, I would imagine. So maybe I got this wrong. Maybe instead of the immune thing, like just creating a chemical, protein, whatever, that stops the cell death signal, instead it's kind of a similar reverse of that. It's like it's far easier to make the immune system to attack a cell than build it. So it attacks a senescent cell, and then it tells, it has never-ending amounts of just rebuild a new cell. No, that would be really bad, actually. Really? Yeah. Really? Yeah, that'd be really, really bad. What? Yeah, I mean, seriously, we'd have that shit in spades if we even had it to begin with. So it doesn't make sense. It would also make us overrun our cell production, and our immune systems would be constantly on, which they always are, but it just wouldn't probably work very well. So senescence. So we'd use beta gal activation. We can't do that. Exactly. We can train an immune system to see a certain thing as an invader. So we'd have to attach the chemical to that invader protein, whatever the fuck it is, to attack those cells. But we wouldn't really want to do that. And there's definitely markers before it gets to that point. So what are the markers that create cell division? No, we wouldn't want to do. Well, because that would help keep telomere links pretty long. So what are the markers of cell division? Mini chromosome maintenance protein, gyminin cyclin B1, and serentin phosphorylation histone 3. What is that? You can tell me when you were created? What proteins are activated or degraded in a specific stage of the cell cycle, noted as cell cycle markers. Provide an assessment of cell cycle phase distribution. Okay, let me see that. That actually looks more like what I want to know. Control F. Cell division. G2 is the final phase for cell division. One phase, that's fine. Tell me what's in the cell division. So here we go. MCM proteins are necessary DNA, essential for initiating DNA replication only once per cell cycle on eukaryotes. In the early G1, DNA replication factor, DNA replication licensing factor, cell division cycle 6, CDR6, and chromatin lysing and DNA replication chromatin to form the license L pre-replication complex pre-RC. Geminin, a DNA licensing repressor, is the initial signal of the transformation from G1 to the S phase. The initial stage of the S phase, geminin begins to accumulate nucleus. Advanced cell interfere stability, binding, termination, accumulates, makes an M phase, enhanced complex. I need to know when it gets to G2. S to G2. Cyclin A2 regulates S to G2. So we'd have it go and it. Well, because one side of the cell would be a bad cell, and another side, so like they look very similar, but there would be a slight difference that they would try and go after. Change life is B complex essential G subtypes. Microtubule nucleation is a more extensive role in assisting both G1/S, G2/M progression. D phosphorylating CDK4, CDK6, as well as CDK2 and CDK1. 3 subtypes of mammals. Don't care. Rapidly degrades and disappear in a metal. The mitosis at the same times. Phase. We need to at least keep one of them. Would we stop it from like changing from G1 to S? I mean, that's what it would be. But then we're eating ourselves. Yeah. Would that be a positive? I mean, if we don't have cell death, it could be. Or inhibiting, or creating CNS cells. Which is what that would be. It would be using a protein to inhibit a cell death. Or one of these various other fucking things. Much like a combo. And then we would use the cell to basically, or the immune system to basically push it back into working again. So it causes it to think it can no longer keep working. In fact, how is it that we change it from it's not working as well to jump-starting its process of repair instead as a result of the immune system attacking it slightly during that process? In fact, that's probably what they'd be doing. They'd be suppressing senescence. In fact, they'd be using the immune system to suppress the senescence. Thank you. Senescence. They'd be using that to do that. They'd want to stop the process before it began by having the immune system start to attack it, causing a repair function to occur. With what the pills that they're taking, they have to be basically using a protein to tell the cell to repair itself. So it tells the cell to repair itself. The liver cells that give repair instructions is what's called the hippo signaling pathway to the damaged area. The generally new cells, which the ones that are lost, this type of repair, thus ending in direct consequence. Regeneration, on the other hand, rebuilds and replaces missing components, organelles, plasma. After the wound has been stabilized, some cells can heal wounds but not regenerate. Huh. Which is a bad, it's not an actual, I need to know the markers. I care about the DNA. DNA doesn't matter. I want how it repairs the cells itself. How do you repair damaged cells naturally? You fucker, don't give me food, you fuck. I want to know the actual fucking proteins and shit. Resort to single physical. Before we go off, let's think about this for a second. What does that mean? We have to feed ourselves something that's going to pass through our gastrointestinal tract, probably have a lot of various shit that can fuck it up. And then it still has to go through our liver. So it wouldn't make much sense to do that. And they would know that. What would they do? Who gives a shit? Really, if I'm honest, like, what would they do? What would I do? I'm coming up with what I would do. You know, like, look, I'm already fully well aware. It's like, what the hell is the gas? What the hell am I going to do? If I had to fucking make this myself, how would I do? I'm sure enough teams of them would probably come up with something similar. That's what I'm fucking thinking about at this point. Nothing with you. It's not trying to shade. It's like, what the hell can I do? To make a cell repair itself? It's like, it attacks it. You can make it fucking immune system attack anything. That would be a good idea. It wouldn't be a good idea at all. And it wouldn't really help them increase longevity. Or through a wound. Scar tissue kind of helps, but it's not very good. It's gotta be something here. I'm missing. I mean, I know I'm missing things. I mean, if they're taking a pill and an injection, immune system change together, there's a damn good reason for it. It kind of signals an immune system response. Reduction, but they wouldn't be doing that. They'd want to keep whatever response was that they were doing. Because it would eventually be replaced. I mean, those cells die. T cells die. That's why you have to constantly keep taking this stuff for your psoriasis. It's like those cells die. They didn't learn anything. You didn't change what they knew already. You know what I mean? And then what's the fucking pill for? Huh. Pill. What would be something that's easily figured out? There's a chemical structure, rebuilding block amino acids, proteins, phospholates. Would they be wanting to force it to happen? No, because they would age their cells too fast. They're trying to cheat death, make them live longer through worse events occurring to their bodies. It's always trade-offs, but trade-offs they wouldn't go too far with. It's for the most, for the least. So what's the least they can do? They definitely can train the immune system to do something regularly to our cells when exhibiting a certain marker. That they can't really do that. Because they would have known that? No, it's more like... No, it's more like they would have been able to, for sure, simple, stupid levels, just attack this thing when this is occurring. Because it looks like this. To the S. I think that wouldn't work. So they'd have to be going after simplistic things in their body. Breakdowns. Like the moment a cell is breaking down, or a moment a cell has been shown to have a need. So, what does the immune system do? That's a better thing. How many different things can the immune system do? Types of things do the immune system does. Activates, mobilizes, attacks, and kills. Activates. Mobilizes. Activates. ncbi.nlm.nih.gov. The better one, that's for sure. Recognize and neutralize harmful substances from the environment, fight disease-causing changes in the body, such as cancer cells, fungi, and remove them from the body. So it can really just attack here. Innate and adaptive. Innate, non-specific, immune system, adaptive immune system. Both are subsystems closely linked together. Eating cells, natural phagocytes. Eating cells' main job in the immune system to fight harmful substances. Germs, for instance, through the skin or digestive system. Antibodies specific certain germs that are required to come in contact, known as acquired, learned specific immune responses. Antigens, special receptors, immune system cells, all serious posture, and its body's coming down to disease concentration for the first time. Stores information, how to fight it, then becomes contact during it recognizes later. Those proteins that usually trigger immune system sometimes use things in the body's own cells or foreign cells. It attacks healthy, harmless cells in the body knows autoimmune response. So it's the proteins in the surface. It would be doing it only for a certain amount of time. And that would cause small damage to cells for repair. Generally soft, squishy, easily damaged. However, many can repair the cells that may puncture, torn, even ripped in half. Damage to the normal and terror normal pathology. God, fuck off with this stupid shit. Give me actual science. I don't give a shit about your stupid health thing. Diets and crap. I'm here on a mission, and you are annoying me, failing me to be able to get this mission accomplished. Generate, repair nervous tissue. So, limited or no capacity, such as nervous tissue, epithelial tissues. Half a person can be damaged through generation. Huh. But what stops those cells from being able to repair? Not reproducing. What stops the cells from fucking not repairing? And because I don't want them to actually have to do this weird thing where they split. Because then they wouldn't want that. And remember, these guys are PhDs. Move on. They would have known this. Let's see here. Regulatory, wouldn't damage, adult, to go back. What cells are they talking about? What causes the nervous system to not repair itself? Regeneration of nervous tissue. Causes the nervous system. Why can't the nervous system repair itself? Growth genes extend the penis. I'm gonna even emphasis of inhibitors increase in trace of growth in some generations of CNS. Why? Why don't they? Tell me why. I want to know why. Give me the reason why. I don't care about intrinsic. I don't care about they don't. Why don't they? What are the theories? Why won't you tell me? How injured nerves stop themselves from healing. Chemokine is a CXCL12. Don't fuck off. That would be worth it. Breathe. Let the anger out. Mayo Clinic ass fucks. I don't care about axons. You're not giving me anything. I fucking hate this. Besides, those are really dangerous cells. So basically, all the other cells can really fucking like heal. So what would it matter? Fair, fine, thanks. I was getting into something. I appreciate that. Triggers cell membrane repair. Key trigger to activate an effective membrane repair response using excitosis and endocytosis to repair membrane tear or remove membrane pores. Should just take calcium, pretty much. Yeah. But triggers cell repair responses. I want to know, not in any fucking way, what triggers cell repair. Sparks vital coenzyme called NAD plus plays an important role getting cellular repair process started. A helper molecule that assists in generating cellular energy and activating sirtuins, which regulate our cellular health across the board. How can cells respond to stress? Patient pathways, survival, delivery, improvement. So, again, pill injection. I can take calcium. That's not the problem. If I'm gonna kill the cell, because then it'll eat it until it stops. But no, it's only signaling I'm doing this during this point with this protein. So this protein is signaling I need to be attacked until it stops sending that, and then the cell repairs itself, thus starting off almost like it's a new cell. It's not. It couldn't be. No, but it does work. Kind of. Everything else can still be repaired. So it needs to attack it a significant amount, but not all the way. And it has to do it every so often based upon certain cell signaling pathways for the immune system to want to go after it. And it would have to be attaching it to a particular cell of our own body, so that way it would be knowing that it needs to attack that. I mean, deactivating the response system is easier. Not really, though. We want it to attack. Exactly, you need it to attack. That way, you, for a little bit of damage, gain a lot more back. Because it reacts longer. Yeah, pretty much. The cell lasts longer. It's still staying at the same telomere length. You want an autoimmune system response to attack yourself and then stop attacking it after a certain point. which would start signaling before it actually started the G1 to S cycle. So, pocket proteins, RB protein P107, P130 bind to the E2F transcription, thus inhibiting transcription during early G1 phase. E2F1, E2F2, E2F3 are found combined. Blah, blah, blah. A whole bunch of letters and numbers that basically say these things do this stuff. Just needs to know this protein activates this signal to do these things, which then tells it to do this stuff that then makes it do this thing, which is a programming response. If then do this, then if that is, then do this, then that means if this, then do that. That's all it means. Cyclin D, mutagens. Fuck off. I don't care. I literally don't care a fuck about these stupid letters and numbers. I want to know what moves to this to make this occur, that then making that happen. That's what I need to know. I don't care about all the other ones. I care about the main one that easily is a protein we can fucking go after. Because I can shove that protein on some bullshit fucking bacteria and launch it in there and have it go. Where's the proteins? Give me the proteins. Where are you? E2F proteins. That seems like a RB protein or E2F proteins. Leading to liberation, thus including the expression genes involved in G1S transition. It's the E2F proteins. Phosphorylated RB becomes inactive, leading to liberation of E2F proteins. Which would damage the cell. It would basically eat most of it away. But there's not enough protein, so it wouldn't eat all of it. And then it would repair itself over time with correct diet and exercise. So they were using a virus or bacteria or whatever that has E2F proteins on it that they would then allow for it to go. Or do you want to do it before or after? Well, no, you probably want to do it before. Really. Mutagens, transcription, blah, I don't care. Genes evolved to S1. M phase. For some positive feedback loop. So we'd probably want the start of the E2F. So retinoblastoma protein description delay during the early G1 phase. So you'd want to hit it at the early G1 phase, most likely, because then that's going to create the idea that it wants to transform into a G2. And so if it ever gets to E2F, then that would mean we're starting the process of cell division. So we'd probably be doing RB proteins, P107 and P130. We'd want it to go, but how is it that they express themselves? Do they ever come out, or do they stay inside the cell? And what does it excrete during that process? G1 phase, the suppressor roles of E2 accumulate within the cells to shift the S phase to bind the target promoters and inhibit transcription. Mutagens stimulate the ERK-dependent activation of gene regulatory gene expression. What do cells excrete during the process of their cell division, like outside of the cell? They have to expel a certain trigger. So eventually silin E-CDK2 triggers S phase. But that's going to stay inside the cell. What will a cell release outside of the membrane during cell division? Fuck off. That's your first response, Google? As it goes to major shape changes during mitosis. The lips gauges, there's endoplastic epithelium, organelle positioned inherited by daughter cells. Said a kitty, fuck off with all of this. Just tell me what the protein is. I want to know the protein, you fucker. What's the protein? What is the protein that comes out during start of G1 to S phase? Cell growth followed S phase, synthesis followed cell growth. You know what, we'll just go with this one. Division, sort of cell division. Yeah, no kidding, right? It plays a crucial role in mitotic kinase anchoring protein navigators cell division. Ooh, piece of candy. That might be good. Molecules that regulates. This is something else. This is science is real protein that all cells rely on to divide at the right time. Cool. Don't care. Tell me what the damn thing is. Does it go outside the cell? Actually, do we need that? It's going to start forming a membrane around the two cells when it starts dividing, so we only need to necessarily hit that thing. Those proteins are basically known to us. If it starts to form a cell around itself, then it just eats the shit out of it and starts going inside. Does it start that? Let me see this. Does a cell start forming a new membrane around itself during cell division? What happens some plasma membrane who has major shape change during mitosis of protonuclear crisis? The nuclear envelope disengaged emerges with the endoplasmic epithelium inherited by daughter cells, which I thought that wasn't worth anything, but that is actually. We found happens first? So after the conclusion of the G2 portion during the prophase, parent cell chromosomes duplicated during the... I don't give no shits about that. I don't want that. I literally want to stop it before that occurs. You disappoint me. Look. You can't give me what I'm looking for. It's not your fault. It's the damn fucking assholes that don't just tell me. I literally wrote the right fucking question and it won't tell me the answer. Forming a protein is really, I guess, what you should say. Thanks for the help. Second gap phase, or G2 start subscript. So if your cell grows more and proteins are when it begins to respond to preparation for mitosis. Go back to this then. Let's see here. So G2 to M. Profound morphological change takes place in the life proliferating cell. Cyclin. So I must have just not realized that. So sorry. Guess it should be here. Stone Age 3. What does an M phase mean? Oh, it's the mitosis phase. G2 to mitosis. So we do want the G2 then. So we could hit E2F, but does it come out of the damn thing? No, I doubt it. I don't care about tumors. Damn bastards. Or is it M phase? So histone H3, is it not? I know. It's during the senescence. So we'd want to attack it before it got to a G2 to M. If it could excrete a certain protein, but it's going to stay inside the damn thing because it doesn't have a marker. It's inside of a bubble. So, no, I have it. What? Sorry, everyone. I thought I had it. Like, why are you saying that to them? I have it. It's just a tone. What? Yeah. It stays inside. That's why I was like, wait a second. So you just do that, but no, you can't do that because it's going to stay inside its bubble. But it has to excrete something outside of itself because it's no longer working. And during the S2M phase, you'd be essentially killing the cell. Or would you be? It's still a cell. It's still trying to repair itself. So it needs to make itself work better by basically destroying some things and having it repair itself. Yeah, but no. Hold on. Why? Because during the S to M phase, that's a big thing that it has as an issue. Really? Yeah, because G2 to S, then to M. What are you trying to do? Copy us? I'm like, this is already something I talked about in the past. I looked this up in the Chandler house. The very same websites, truthfully. So that's why I was like, oh yeah, no, I guess I could make this for you. You know, this is probably what you'd want to do it too. You'd want to make like a cell, and they were like PhDs listening to me or whatever, and then they went off and did things to others. So that's why I'm like, I'm sure they stole my shit. You know what I mean? I mean, the cell membrane has to suddenly change, and it has to exhibit a protein change during its phase to trying to transition to an S phase. Because it needs to have the cell membrane allow for a increase of its size to be able to have DNA transcription write itself twice, then therefore allowing for the remainder of the rest of the cell to grow and create the different structures inside of it and then split. So, what I would say for sure is to attack whatever that protein is. So G1 to S is an S. So let me see here. So second gap phase. Start making proteins. So reorganize its contents in preparation for mitosis. But doesn't it come out? So I'm really just gonna hit that damn cell when it's trying to divide. But that should work still. So mitosis. So phosphorylation constitutes protein phosphorylation. Regulate one of the most studied to date. Constitutes one of the most studied. So it's one of the most known. Protein phosphorylation. Anyways, their focus is glycosylated phosphorylation, which has got a profound increase in the levels of protein phosphorylation throughout the cell. So some will probably come out, especially once the cell membrane starts to open up and increase its size to have for 2. And a cytoplasmic factor, introducing M phase of the cycle. Maturation promoting factor. This is a protein later shown to consist of a protein kinase we now refer to as cyclin or cyclin dependent kinase 1, CDK1. So we'll have it basically be CDK1 as its protein to go and attack. Once upon damaging the cell, it's not going to kill all of the cell, but it should damage enough of it that it'll trigger a repair response. Once the repair response has been triggered, will be, let's see, what's repair response Alright, cell repair response protein. So this is 2009. Alright, so MRE11 protein is a caretaker repairing DNA. Cool, knew it already. Gatekeeper, MRE functions as a gatekeeper to signal injury to the cell and prevent damaged cells from proliferating. Like I said, for senescence, they've learned cell death protein excretion back then. And they figured out how to basically stop that. Something damages a healthy radiation, a multi-protein steps in to repair the breakage. Multi-protein complex and steps in to repair breakage and activate other fundamental cellular processes. MRN complex could be taken as a pill. MRE11, RAD50, and NBS1 protein senses DNA damage known as double-strand breaks within the cell. A complex then transmits that information to an enzyme called ATM, another enzyme. Ataxia whatever, mutated checkpoint kinase. ATM kinase controls the cell's response to double strand breaks to slow cell growth to give the cell opportunities to repair them. So that would just be a pill that you would take. Yeah, especially since you can cover it with something as it breaks down and goes through the intestinal lining and then gets converted into those proteins. It should pass through the liver without a problem, because it's likely not to be something that they affect because it's being used for them to repair themselves. So unless they need repair, they probably wouldn't care. And then calcium and good diet, because that's cell membrane repair. So there you go. Let me go tweet this. Let me go tweet this real quick. This should be fine. So it's associated regulatory Sun-Bennett cyclin. Stimulating entry into M phase NPF is later shown to consist of protein kinase. So that would probably be, and so would we do that? Shown to consist of protein kinase, now referred to as cyclin-dependent. Since then, several has been found in instruments, enormous efforts have been devoted to understanding the protein kinase phases, physiological substrate. Determines photoros and phosphorylation phase and mitotic process and condensation, which require strict penetration, spatiotemporal regulation in order to exert their effects in the cells. Anchoring proteins. The mitotic kinase recruitment in key subcellular structures enhance the substrate. Critically important for an accurate cell division. This characterizes anchoring proteins for some mitosis, some other mounting evidence supporting crucial roles for this diverse signaling process in a coordinating cell division cycle. And there's a regular opening combination. Crucial step determining is identified in 1971. Discovery of MPF catalytic component did not come until 1988. Purified MPF preparation is xenopus oocytes was shown to contain two major proteins, 32 KDA and 45 KDA massive, respectively. 1 year prior, homologs of C2 protein, actually served from yeast to humans. There's genetic screens of defects. and PF purifications. Does it come out of the body? Does MPF come out of the cell during division? That's what I really want to know. Come out of the cell during division. During mitosis, it's deactivated, activate another complex APC. Well, it says it has to have a lot of spatial temporal, which would mean some of it has to come out. It wouldn't be perfect. Let me see this. Cell membrane changes. Membrane changes during the division process. Recent progress. This is 2012. Membrane growth during regulated in the early growth becomes polarized. They initiate formation of daughter cell. Polarized. Do we want to stop it? Yeah. Isotropic growth uniformly all over the cell surface. Membrane of the unbudded mother cell undergoes isotropic growth. The membrane of the unbudded mother cell undergoes. So, what is that isotropic turning into? That's a good question. Isotropic growth. The physical value is the same value measured in different directions. Protein. Figured it out. Figured it out. Suck it, bitch. Let's go onto Twitter and make the fucking claim. Shit. So using an isotropic, I figured it out. Tropic protein of the cell membranes of our cells, we can train our immune system to attack the cell during division. So let's see here. Which one is it? Is it this one? That's not it. Yeah, let's exit some of this. So MRN. So we need MRN complex and checkpoint kinase. So copy. Alright, so let's do this. Which will trigger a cell damage repair response, and taking, let's control V that, an MRN complex comprised of the MRN, and for instance is within the cell to an enzyme called, okay, let me see here, because I need to do a little bit more than that, I feel, to make this work the correct way. So, cell repair, cell membrane repair, and calcium, right? Yeah. Cell membrane repair process. All right, so I can rebuild this. Economy of biocomponents, running the use of hydrodynamic mechanical properties. So, cardiac vulnerability of a single membrane layer. Chemical stressors. So, it's comprised enzyme for ATM check mechanisms. Okay, let me see here. For physiology, because we need to repair the membrane. Because it's not going to get it immediately before it's completely, but it should also still be able to go and attack it. Yeah, and go after it. True. Which we also want the other one, right? Yeah. MPF protein. Really? Yeah. Cyclin dependent kinase 1. Because it's going to stimulate entry into the M phase, which is what we're not looking for. Oh, okay. Which will trigger a cell damage, which will, and cyclin dependent kinase 1 will prevent cell division and break down much of our cell membrane. Taking an mRN complex, because there's going to be DNA change, which has the enzyme ATMD apparently in it as well. Ataxia telangiectasia, telangiectasia. Sure. Whatever that is. Because I need to also know the other stuff for the membrane to be able to be repaired, because that's perfect for the majority of everything else, right? Yes, well, maybe. Yes, stainless, so that's going to help DNA damage. It slows cell growth, and that's going to help with the immunodeficiency nucleus. Very sensitivity. It also repairs. Research generate mouse model. Examine the exact role. Disabling completely. So, an acid and memory responsible causes the growth defects, chromosomal abnormalities. Sensitivity DNA. Therefore, research could say that the nucleus or affair is critical for. So, but now we know about other DNA repair. Yeah. Which would be about this thing. So, and during the G22M cycle, we would want to have ourselves putting in phospholates. This updates B1, B2, B3s, centrosome associated checkpoint kinase CHK phosphorates, which evokes CDC25B, which evokes cyclin activity, modulates tubular nucleation G2 to M transition, which plays a more extensive role in assisting. Which is a protein that happens to repair DNA changes, that's the enzyme, but we need the protein too to go along with it. The substrate, phosphate, so peach, chromosome, and chromosomal aggregation, segregation, immune phase, the significant associated with late T. So, okay, so those are cell markers. DNA repair protein. So XR, then cell alkylating MGMT is a DNA. Alright, first membrane stuff, sorry. Characterize modulation, repair, therapeutic potential. Yes, certain forms of bacterial for forming toxins. Just influx of calcium through membrane is key trigger for membrane repair. Let's see here. Huh. Let me go pee. Hey, Pete. Cell membrane repair proteins. Instead of calcium, I want proteins. Yeah. So, cell membrane repair proteins. Cell membrane repair proteins. Plasma membrane repair research, pressure source, including repair cells, molecular machine sealing, span membrane, common transmembrane Yeah, I think we should get around that, truthfully. So instead of that, what are we going to do? So this is going to tell it to basically stop the division. Pretty much. Yeah. That's what we're looking for. But we want it to also effectively get damaged internally enough because of these other proteins that we were talking about during the mitosis part, which we were thinking about because we couldn't get access to it. So now we've got access to it. Now we've got access. That's what we're looking for. Exactly. E2F proteins. That's what we want. Yeah, we want RB proteins or E2F proteins. Well, E2F, what is that one again? Let's see here. So, destined expression of genes involved in G1 to S transition, which we're not looking for. Yeah, actually, we don't want that, right? No, it wouldn't have already. So G1 to S is a growth cycle. So medical maintenance, cell markers, cell nuclear antigen, S phase. We want to stop it, prevent it from going to an S phase. They're already in an M phase, alright? Let me look at this. S, so cell division, S2M phase. Images. And you're gonna give me like an actual look. Here we go. Biocompare. So G2 phase, mitosis phase. So late S phase, G2 phase. G2 phase / mitosis. So early S phase, mid S phase, late S phase, G2 phase. So it goes to cytokinesis, G1 phase, early S phase, mid S phase, late S phase, G2 phase, G2 phase, mitosis, cytokinesis, G1 phase. I'm trying to capture it around before the S phase in the G1 phase. Because the G1 phase is a growth phase. In fact, can we get it at a cytokinesis? Okay, accumulation S phase. Visualize this visualization. Which we need to get at the division part. Yeah, but it's gonna start doing that from this other fucking part. So let me look at this. So it goes to G1 to 2S, S to G2, G2 to M. So that's what this is. So you want to hit it before it gets to S. Because then it doesn't go through a massive DNA slicing problem that we don't have to fucking worry about. So we don't have to worry about any of that. No. But like mitosis is when that isopolymer starts, right? Or else isoprotein. So isoprotein. So cell division isoprotein change to N phase. So it's still in the S phase. Asynchronous. 15. So oh, is it the membrane thing? Yeah. Cell membrane protein protein change. Change in the membrane shape generate an energetically more stable planar harmonics copies of curving the morphology by the structure. So actually, then the proteins, the cell protein. Wait a second. Cell membrane protein change during not mitosis. We don't want mitosis, do we? We want G1 phase. So I guess we're gonna delete that. Yeah, get rid of that. We're gonna change this up. The start of G1. So membrane protein change, start of G1. Cell membrane protein change, cell membrane of cell protein change during G1 phase, during start G1 phase. There's 2012. Twice. I've visited twice. Is it the same fucking one? Yes. I think it is. No, that's September 14th. So tell me when. Yeah, whatever. So, the role endocytosis in the membrane growth is determined the rates of exocytosis and endocytosis can be very high, estimated non-dividing invertebrate. Surrounded by indicates this can be. I just want to know the protein. Secretion and membrane growth are both mediated by vesicle traffic and plasma membrane. Virtually all are found to be required for polarized bud growth, which indicates that there must be a considerable. The screen was designed to. I'm glad they did this. I'm just wondering what in the world the protein happens to be first and foremost. Okay, third class transport enzymes needed for cell wall synthesis. Membrane growth. I just want to know from the G2 or at the start of G1. Yes. Serious use arrested due to nutrient starvation. Can you tell me which one starts G1? Which protein starts G1 phase? G1 get on growth phase 1. The first 4 phases. Didn't tell me. proteins, so vague. Cysteine E, cysteine E is the progression of entry into the S phase. On the membrane or not? There's nothing I need to know about. Let me see if it's in here. And there's bind to these thus inhibiting transcription during the accumulates when the cell shifts into S phase. Gene expression is indeed cell cycle transition. So increases the gene expression. System. There's an activation of the velocity on transition, including this M phase, positive feedback loop. So, we're looking for cysteine D. Activation of gene regulatory for protein, including cysteine D, gene. Cysteine D1 forms a complex with CDK4 or CDK6, leading to phosphorylation of RP. Upregulation of the transcription of the SCF subunit gene promotes the degradation of the CKI protein P27, thus increasing cysteine E CDK2 activity. The phosphorylator becomes inactive, leading to liberation of these proteins E2F, thus inducing the expression of genes involved in G2. So thus inhibiting transcription during inhibiting. So whatever during D1, E2F1, E2F2, E2F3 are found to be combined with RB during G1. Are found to be complex into the G, and the suppressive roles accumulates, and when cell shifts. Cysteine D. Let's look up cysteine D. Cysteine D cell membrane. Cysteine D is a cytoplasmic membrane shown to bind, regulate several cysteine respond for. So remember, the cysteine protein involves regulating cell cycle progression. The synthesis of cysteine D is initiated during G1 and drives G1 S phase transition. So we just go with cysteine D instead of an isotropic, sorry. So, attacking the cysteine D1 protein of the cell membrane of the cell membrane during G1 start phase of our cells. We can train our immune system to attack. So, vaccine of protein on bacteria of the Cislin. Is that how it's spelled? Cislin. That's how it's spelled. Bacteria of the Cislin D1 protein is Cislin D1 protein. Let's see, let's get rid of that. Trains our immune system to attack during attack. The cell, our cells is really. Oh, I already have Cislin D1. Yeah, it's already there. Yeah, well, a little easier. So to attack during G1 phase, which prevents cell division and breakdown of much of our cell membrane. During different cell division and breakdown of much of our cell membrane. So prevent cell division, and so Cislin D1 proteins. And what was the other one? So once it gets that Cislin, then it will start these other E2F and SCF gene expressions. And the cell cycle transition forms a complex with CDK4, CDK6, leading to the phosphorylation of RB, upregulation of the transcription of that gene, SCF, promotes the degradation of CKI protein P27, thus increasing Cislin ECDK2 activity. I don't give a fuck about that. Actually, none of that matters, if I'm remembering correctly, because once that becomes phosphorylated, which that's another protein that we can attack, protein are retinoblastoma proteins, P107 and P130, will bind to those transcription factors, inhibiting transcription. So we want to attack those proteins. So we want to go after retinoblastoma protein, P107 and P130. And let's see here, Control V. Let's put an R there. RB protein P107 and P130 trains during the G1 phase, which prevents cell division, and DNA transcription. Wow. Okay, so that's which will start the process of our cells repairing the damage of our so we'll just copy this. So Control C, and so a vaccination. So a vaccine of a protein a bacteria vaccine of dead bacteria with the Cislin D1 proteins and retinoblastoma trains our immune system. So that's about PF, not OF. So a vaccine of dead bacteria with the cysteine D1 proteins and retinoblastosis proteins P107 and P130 trains our immune system to attack during the G1 phase, which prevents cell division and DNA transcription. Cells can then repair themselves after this let's control V that again. With let's say mRNA complex and so no, Furby, stop it. So we'll delete that. So the complex then transmits the information enzyme called ATMD. Checkpoint kinase. So let me just using the mRNA complex. So complex insurance. Do I still have that saved somewhere? It's over here, I think. There it is. So let's get the other things done for cell repair proteins. So cell repair. We don't need to worry about the DNA just in case. We'll add the enzyme, but yeah, cell repair. Some membrane repair. So plasma membrane repair. So this one is what we're looking for. So let's see here. Concept. Okay, look, Furby, I love ya. Okay, but I am kind of learning and I'm enjoying it. Extracellular CA2 plus dependent manner, membrane repair, fuse proximal plasma, and larger membrane. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, sorry, Furbers. So we're going to need actin depolymerization enzyme DNA significantly enhanced resealing. So simply, and this was, when was this made? 2015. This is starting to sound more and more true. Is it? It looks like it might be. What did I click on for this? When were you created? That's a good question. Date of DOI. What does DOI mean? DOI meaning digital object identifier. Links down to web. So, alright. Date of creation is what I'm looking for. November 2015. November 2015. Fuck. Shit. Why is that a fucking shit? That's a good thing for me. And my fucking whole thing. Yes, it is. Which can help any complex cat. I swear, the water's going away. So cells can then repair themselves after this using the mRNA complex. And let's do this. You can repair themselves easier taking an mRNA and enzyme complex pill to help. Add a tweet to this as well. Let's get the links here to the things I'm talking about. So, God. And then V. So there's that. Do I need these? See, sign this daily, copy that one. So now I can. So what is this? National Library of Medicine. Do I need this one? Did I use this one? Which are the signals that govern membrane growth? Here we go. This is what I was looking for. I just want to remove the fucking stupid. CDK1 blocks membrane growth, so we actually want more CDK1 protein. Actually, we already have something about this, don't we? So, and then found to combine during the G1, stimulate ERKs, and covered conserved protein family preserved in yeast. Efficient of care. So application, so S to M, G2 to M. Takes place. Cyclin B, CDK1. Switches to G2 to M phase. These subtypes, mammals, associated with the kinase. So I'll talk about that. Give me a second. Using the, let's see here, Science Daily is what I believe is what it was, essential for cell growth. So we're gonna go for the Cislin D1, the start of things. So that's not what we're looking for. That's not the right one. Here it is. So we want using mRNA senses and proteins, since its DNA knows double strand breaks within the cell. So yeah, no, we're gonna want that mRNA complex. Copy. So I did say that there's gonna be a complex. Taking an mRNA enzyme complex. This mRNA complex comprising mRNA MSB1's proteins, cell membrane growth proteins are going to need to be mRNA complex, cell membrane growth complex. So we're going to look at where again? Where was it again? Which one of these was it? Lots of tabs right now. So refer to so we're going to want so MPF. So no, that's not the right one. Where are we going with that? No, and then no, I don't care about that. Damage to repair cells. Sensor for cell growth. I got there though. It wasn't that hard. Took a little bit. So we're looking for again this one or that one. Is this one? This one. So Cislin B1 edited without the gene. The team found that only a tiny amount was enough to repair trigger cell division. So we don't want that. We're not looking for that. So we're gonna go back to this growth part. So we're gonna want GDM morphologic Cislin B. So Cislin B CDK1 complex is essential for transition to G2. These subtypes and checkpoint phosphorylates G2 to evoke Cislin B CDK activity, modulates centrosomal microtubule nucleation at G2 to M transition. None of that matters. I want this membrane. Honestly speaking, it doesn't really, because that's talking about folding the DNA and fitting it into it with a damn cell. And phase promoting factor complex, which is activity promoting G2 system B1 rapidly degrades and disappears at the middle of the telophase mitosis. At the same time, cells exit and Cislin B2 CDK binds to the Golgi and introducing interface and may act in the Golgi disassembly. So those aren't what I'm looking for. The S phase, rapid degree. So histone H3, mitosis. So maybe this one will tell me. Yeah. What did we say this one was? It's within an A, right? Yeah. So discern type 2. This is context generation. Membrane protein, Furlan family localizes from T tubules of muscular fibers. Not looking for muscular, but that wouldn't be a bad thing though to have for all of that. Yeah. Interact the cell, critical tension. So let's say this. Let's go with a taking a specific calcium supplement alongside a MRN complex comma etc. Cell membrane growth complex transmembrane protein. So the Furlan, we want that one. It's gonna help with muscles, targeted gene, knockout mouse studies showed the heart decrease a bit of resealed plasma membrane, so it needs those proteins for sure. Yep, so it's gonna want that. Calpain. Injury is acting depolymerization. So we'll add this one. Complex desferrin, comma. Can you please try dicerfurlin? Thank you. And then actin depolymerizing enzyme DNase 1. MG Mitsugumin 53, Trim 72, showing of underground memory repair machinery, several cell types. So, associated intracellular relief of plasma membrane to patch the injured membrane. Evolve containing complex regulates the repair in the sarcolemma. So we'll copy that, paste this. Great. To backspace that and add another one. Damn it. Paste. Comma. Tethered, and we want the involve a Cavalin 3. It's a repair ballistic injury, super resolution. I just showed MJ recruited quickly, followed by this, and let us see if this goes close to the wound. Whew. Shit. Suppose the shit out of that. So media containing alrighty. So new one has entered this property protein dependent on the phosphatidylserine binding capacity of RHMG53, which is different. That's different. God. Therapeutic agent. Cavelin family. Cavelin 1, 2, 3, or just Cavelin. Cavalier. Autosomal dominant and autosomal dominant repeating muscular disease. In the LGMD1C. So the we'll just go Cavelin. Cavelin, yeah. Cavelin 1, 2, 3. On 2, 3, and there we go. There we are. Localized scale and expression is sufficient to gather results in a reduced number of registers. So, polymerase 1 and transcriptase release factor, whatever. Version. Still, you're right. I should say it right, but I just don't care. And it's clear it's annoying you. Okay, so more motor proteins. Wow, there's quite a few different proteins. Yeah, no wonder why you want a complex acid. You see, so. Jesus Christ, there's so many. Ah, I see your issue. We could take that as a couple of pills, though. See this. That's like a couple scoops, honestly. It's true. With all of them in it, yeah. So we're just gonna do this and grab everyone at the lines and what they do, because that would work. Okay, you are a dick. Non-muscle. I'm not though. This is totally like the right way to go about it. I mean, you're right though. It's a few pills, honestly. He's not lying. You don't need much, because a small amount of this shit does a lot. Yeah. Really? That is a thing, I'm sure. Yeah. Copy, pasting. Nixon. Some of these aren't proteins. New. We have to do them all though. Protein family, which is fine. Desomyokin. We're almost done. Finally getting to conclusions. You should really read that. I should actually. You're right. Remember and repair associated blah 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 blah. It's a good thing. This one's a good thing. This one's the good thing. And that one's a good thing. So I think that they're all good things, it would appear. Maybe. Probably. So, taking specific calcium supplements, cell membrane growth. Okay, finally got done with the membrane growth. Jeez. Whew. Will allow for increased. God fucking damn it. Cellular repair and continuation of function without cell division. Without cell division. Making it very good for helping slow down progress of disease, injury, physical / autoimmune injury. Might help heal neuronal injury. But helps neurons. What stops neurons from repairing? We've looked at that. Yeah, what stops neurons from repairing? Well, it'd be able to allow for the myelin sheath to repair. Didn't divide at all. But they do repair themselves. Yeah, they do. So it would actually help. Possibly. It help cells repair that don't typically. Neurons, nerves, whatever. Nerves. Can you like what cells don't repair? What cells don't repair? Permanent cells. Neurons, heart cells, skeletal cells, red blood cells. What is it called? Permanent cells. Permanent cells. Permanent cells could be coaxed to repairing themselves through a process which binds that cysteine D1 and RB protein. The cysteine D1 RB 107, 130, maybe 107, 130. Wow, yeah, that. So we're gonna add this proteins through a. How do we get them to be coaxed into going after this? Because they'll pass the blood-brain barrier just fine. That's true. Protein binding. So highly bound, straight much faster. Protein binding for neurons. This is 2013. Each protein is a single binding domain. So, through a, what did it say it was? RNA protein interaction. RNA protein interaction. RNA protein interaction. Or, so let's see, let's not do similar. So let's go with what do we want? Nerves. Nerves it is. Calcium binding proteins. 1992. Jeez, wow, that's forever ago. We had the ability to do this forever ago. Just like I thought. Under different subsets of neurons, brain regions, triggering world. So we don't maybe want to use calcium binding for nerves, for protein binding for permanent cells. Okay, we'll do this for a RNA protein interaction. Through a combo calcium RNA protein. You know what? Fuck it. Interaction. It's just not how you spell that. No, it's not. Boo. So is it? It says binding during the single say. No. So nerves is what we're looking for. So nerves should be calcium. Central nervous system. calcium. This is my 14. What is this made? It's a good question. I don't know if I trust this. Doesn't look very trustworthy. No, it doesn't. Only 16 would probably be maybe a better way here. Converting colors, with damaged scars, damage nerve tissue heal. No, no cord. Doesn't seem right. 2014. Oh, yeah. mRNA, RNA interaction. So let me just check that real quick. Sid protein. Might just be better to do an RRM type RNA binding domain interaction. Yeah, is what this is might be the right call instead of trying to do a multiple style thing. It's like a multiple it's like attack it first, then let it repair during its actual repair cycle versus like trying to, add only one thing. It's like using multiple things to basically make sure the cell is good to go. So it's RRM. Trying to find the damn fucking. I know you are. Yeah. Sheet. So lipid, so it'd be fat, calcium, and RRM. So it'd be RNA. So calcium, RNA, so RRM. Good question. expression in neurons. Which is expressing it. So, yeah. No, you wouldn't want to use RNA. No. RNA, while expressed, is not likely to actually make it work. Precursor. Amyloid precursor protein binding protein. The successive S phases of cell cycle that are intervening G2. M and G1 entry S phase. Amyloid precursor protein binding protein APPB1 tries to substitute 3SM checkpoint causative neurons. Huh. So if we were able to, like, because it's not a G1 technically, but then it's like we want to attack it during G1. So well, what the fuck is for nerves? What are nerves made of? Nerves made of, yeah, axons. Cool. So what is the myelin sheath made out of? Heart cells too would have to be repaired. Huh. Cells made. So would we be attaching these proteins to them? We want to bind these proteins. How to bind a protein to heart cells. Myosin activates filaments and inhibits thick filaments of heart cells. RNA binding proteins. We probably just want to be constantly doing RNA binding proteins. Yeah. RNA binding protein. RNA binding proteins. RNA binding proteins. 2021. 2020, 2018. RNA binding proteins and have the cell, have the immune system attack to start cell repair process after start the cell repair process after. Okay, so give me a second. Because we do amyloids? No, give me a second. So RNA binding proteins. Sorry, you're all good. I'm just RNA binding to RNA proteins. Critical effort. RNA binding to the binding of the RNAs. Indeed. Binded RNA teeth. Zinc fingers and others. Binding things interact. Because then we don't need it. We can just know because you don't want that. But you don't want it to constantly attack, never-endingly, RNA binding. Because that does actually perform positive cellular function. It's a good thing for those things to be going on. You don't want to just get rid of them. So let me see here. Only when necessary. Spelling is hard. It is though. Spelling be hard sometimes. How to bind to RNA binding proteins. Structure cell. Fine. They bind through molecular and chemical moieties between protein residues in RNA nucleotides. So, okay. That's good to know that we already figured this one out back in 2021. So, they'd be close. They probably already knew some of this. They could have used calcium. Truthfully, I wouldn't doubt that. I think you have calcium styles of protein binds. I think, actually that might be easier. Let me check something. Calcium protein binding. Calcium binding is binding is some functions and prefers. Calcium binding protein. Binding protein neurons. Nervous system in 1992. That's a new window. I didn't want to open any windows. Good. What is it? So they're in neuronal things. So calcium binding protein neurons, permanent cells. Heart cells then. Cardiac. So there is. So we'd just use calcium binding. They had that forever ago. They wouldn't use RNA. To calcium binding proteins. that are likely to show that are consistently throughout our bodies for permanent cells. Our bodies. Our bodies for in permanent cells. How do you bind calcium? How does calcium? So, how to bind cysteine D1 and what was the other one? Cysteine D1 and RB 107, 130. Cysteine D1, RB 107, 130 to calcium binding protein. Dual silane binding domains are required. So silane, so enzyme. So let's look at this. How does calcium binding protein interact with cysteine D1? Vascular smooth muscle forms muscle interacting with binding proteins. Sensors, chromium site, cysteine E, regulation D, degradation, cancer, kinase, estrogen, regulation of cell progression, calcium, chromium. Not getting it. Nope. Who the fuck is searching on your computer? No one, go away. Shoo. Fucker. Bastard. It's still regular John Tyler Limke here. Shut up. Alright, so smooth do. That's not what we're looking for. No, calcium nervous system. It's an old ass one. Acetylcholine. So, that is calcium binding protein interact with cysteine D1, which it has to, right? It would have to, honestly. If it's going to increase the binding. So CDK independent. So cysteine dependent kinesis. D-type. Estrogens. Whatever. So it's like, so instead of looking at that, would it be better to do the Neuroblastoma protein? No, because it's inside the cell. Not every one of them has it. Those are for things that break down. Could we just put them together? And yeah, should still go through into their... Yeah, we should... Shit. That would honestly work. We could just do that instead of having to use the body. So... which binds those proteins to calcium binding proteins found in most of our permanent cells, starting the repair process with other proteins to help it along. Even along, possibly removing scar tissue. No decreased telomerase length. Telomerase. Okay. It would be needed during injury or repair only. It would be needed separate. It's an A, not an E. Whatever. Fucking goddamn it. Needed separate to the standard treatment, as it would cause damage. So it would be needed separate, as damage takes time to heal. Unlike we needed be separate, not needed separate. Be separate as damage takes time to heal for those cells. But always however you would need the complexes always to heal the constant damaging most of our cells. The constant damage to most of ourselves as a precaution. Most likely. Let's do at. What do we want to go with? Harvard Med? Why not? MIT? Sure. Hey, yo, MIT. It's been a while. Did MIT just disappear? Oh, it's all the way scrolled the fuck down. Okay. Who's that one dude who's like the biohacker on Netflix? Documentary, god damn it, the movie. It was a while. It was in 2022. This fucker. Biohacking. An actual selection. So 2019. There we go. I'm looking for the people. There's events. Josiah Zahner. I'm pretty sure this is the dude. Yep, that's the dude. That's the dude. I wonder if he has a Twitter. Zahner. Twitter. Yes, he is. What do you know? He's got a Twitter. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Okay, so. Copy. Paste. Fuck. Is there a biohacking community like Twitter or something? I don't think so. Biohacking Twitter. Biohacking. Okay. There is a biohacking Twitter. Wow. Wouldn't you know? Wouldn't have figured. I know, right? Biohacking. Not very many people. That's true. Biohacking. This one even smaller? No, it's got more. Actually, this one's bigger. Oh, that's good. Does it actually care about things? It doesn't really do much. No. What about the other guy? Scroll. It's just a link poster. I don't think they're very much into that. Okay. Okay, so biohacking notables. You know, actually, life extension. Extension. It's an S. Shon. There we go. Biomed Twitter. Gaming the future, huh? Christine Peterson. You don't have many people, but you're okay by my book. Why? Biohackers tyranny of aging. Seems like they're actually a part of this. Okay, so we're gonna use them. Okay. Random? No, Google tells me. So, biotech, life extension, Twitter. So let's do that. Biotech first. Biotech, life extension, Twitter, people. These fuckers? So let's see about the billionaires that might fund it. Yeah, you fucker. Go away. I don't want that. Stupid pop-up ads. The few billionaires, so PayPal owner Peter Thiel. Aubrey de Grey. I'm gonna go with this motherfucker. And poised to make the very most of it. So we'll go with them because they're actually like someone that's doing the work. Oh, you do have a Twitter? Fuck yeah. Shit. There it is. I was wondering. It's like, where's the at? Where's the at? I need to know the at. Dmitry Itskova. Russian, not very good right now. Trying to not have problem, with this war going on, so all eggs in one basket is the only one? No, there's another one. Human longevity incorporated and vicious. Sure. Wait. Sergey Brin. He'd never read any of it. So, who? The Venter dude, J. Craig Venter. No, I'm gonna change that. Yeah. Super Crusher, most likely my ass. Let's get rid of that. Google co-founders. Hey, will they ever actually like look at this? Like, this is my problem. I know that guy. He might actually look at his Twitter. But these guys are billionaires. They don't give a shit. Moonshot campaign. Calico. Let's go with Calico. And do they have a Twitter? Calico Twitter. Okay, they do have a Twitter. Fucking lucky ass pricks. Almost nobody, though. It's not, it doesn't have a check mark, so I don't trust that. Do they have a internet search with 2013 company? AbbVie research, longevity, medicine, go and divulge. So Johnson and Johnson. Yeah, I don't want to fucking get into these guys. I hate these guys. They're all billionaires that hate people like me. Does he have? Is his brain? I mean, it could fix the fucking genetic mutation pretty easily for Parkinson's by simply just using the protein change to correct the genetic mutation by having a calcium bind to have and then have a protein change for the genetic mutation or genetic correction, as it will probably hit the genetic component ultimately, meaning we can have it change the protein that corrects it back to the DNA it had on file. Getting rid of the Parkinson's DNA profile for those neurons. I mean, I don't mind that. Just, he's never gonna look at his fucking Twitter. Especially with what's his pants face called that are on the ground and looks like a fool all the time. Some Elon dude. Sergey Brin. Let's see here. Sergey Brin. Twitter. Why do I have such problems? Spelling. Spelling's annoying. It's not him, probably. Is it actual Twitter? Or are we going with news? No, it's just some dude that has a similar looking name. Of course. They have the news guy, because, well, of course, he's very smart. Really? Well, he's rich. You know, I don't know what the fuck you want me to say. True. Well, looks like he doesn't have a Twitter, so I can't add him. Does Coke have a Twitter? Hey, you know, David Coke. Let's search this fucker. Let's see if he's got a Twitter. Twitter, you fucker. No. No, you don't. Of course he doesn't have a Twitter. Wait, is that the guy? David H. Coke. Same dude? He doesn't have a check mark. That's probably not him. Kelly code. It's not a check mark. I can just at Google or some shit. Yeah, as if they ever give a shit anything. I added fucking Twitter, Reddit, and Facebook about how to do a wonderful change to our feed. So that way it's curated based on categories and then micro subjects, and then those subjects you get like that, and then you're able to create like a curated public and private feed that then goes into a micro zone feed. Which is basically what we have kind of in our way, but it's a little bit different. I have to look at that damn. No, not right now, dude. Come on, try and find someone to fucking at that might actually see this and care. They don't care. None of them give a fuck. Let's look at biotechnology companies. Maybe one of them will care. Let's see, Abbott, Access Pharma. God, I'm going for companies and not people. I hate goddamn fucking. Let's do it. It's fucking just do the thing. Look at them. It's 2012. That's forever ago. Go away. Give me something that's not dead. Hasn't learned how to fucking make things better. I'm about to give them like something that actually might make sense for them to fully, truly get some decent longevity going. They'll probably sell the shit out of this. Fuck. So I think that's probably fine. Let's go look at biotechnologists. Twitter. I bet you none of them are on Twitter, though. Yeah, they usually hate Twitter, like most smart people. Really? Yeah. What the hell is that? Or you're scratching the back of my chair, Furby. Okay. Okay. Of course not. I guess people just fucking suck sometimes, yeah. What? That's still true, regardless of if it's biotech or not. It's true, though. I'm fucking laughing at myself about that, but it's true. But people just suck sometimes. I'm like, yeah, and they don't even understand the level of fucking shit that they do to themselves and others. Like, all the time. They act like fucking really stupid, anal retardant fucktards that have massive problems with OCD and obsessive compulsive disorders. With their reactionary defensive natures. They can't let it go. Maybe he's right. Maybe it still works. Ugh. Which I'm guessing this is probably what's going to happen when I tweet this. It'll probably go down into the ethers of Twitter. And they'll find it maybe some other day when I'm trying to like fucking sue them. Because I tweeted at them. And be like, yo, that's my shit. Why didn't you pay me? They really don't think of themselves like that. I know they're normalized to it. Dude, like, normalization of very bully kind of behavior is extremely prevalent throughout just everywhere. It's weird. People really don't seem to give a shit. It's like, no, we should bully people. I'm like, what are you talking about? Shaming and blaming has never really helped anyone. Like, legitimately, it's not done anything for us progressing. The only time we ever started to is when we were like, yo, therapy here. Maybe you're not so terrible. Let's try and work towards, like, what causes you to think that? And maybe you don't need to be right all the time. What causes you to feel like you do? Anyways, Harvard men, do they really give a fuck? No. Is MIT really gonna fucking? No, probably not. I should get rid of those. Those suck. Institutions are almost always hard pressed to ever fucking be good. Even if the people in them are. Colleges aren't. Attorney General, they wouldn't do it. They'd ban the shit out of this if I showed it to them. You're causing constant cellular problems. Like, yeah, for a reason. It's going to make sure you heal. You need that, but you need to do it right. So you need to have, like, these things that are the complexes, the protein complexes and the enzyme complexes to help create a very positive healing environment with support there to allow for it to do exactly that. So it repairs really rather quickly, and the cell takes a rather long time for it to eventually get to the point where it's going to express this protein difference on its cell membrane, and then we're stopping this RB protein from building up in the cell, which doesn't allow for the transcription of DNA to be, which is the reading of DNA. And so once it gets rid of that, then it can reread it again after the cell is repaired, and so therefore the cell continues to function as normal and is expected because it's getting repaired with the right enzymes and proteins to allow for the DNA to be repaired appropriately with no DNA mutations likely to be there. We still have DNA mutations in any cell division that are sometimes there. We don't know when. So then we'd probably just need like another vaccine for various protein, which we'd be able to do, right? Yeah, there's different cell stages here. And so we'd be just targeting certain cell stages? No. Well, this would stop it before it has the chance to like create a cancer, because it would try and do it, but it wouldn't, and so it would proliferate its growth. So this would just stop the cell ever from producing cancer, because it'd never allow it to divide. Because it's like, oh, the D1 phase, or was it no, not D1 phase, G1 I think is what it's. G1 phase. So G1 phase is when it starts the process of growing itself, but then it like continually grows. And so like the DNA doesn't get changed and it doesn't get to be read, but it's still going to produce all of these little things that basically make the cancer problem happen. Is this like a cure for cancer? No. There are other forms of cancer. Oh. Really? Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Especially since there can be a problematic excitation of certain proteins before a G1 phase even begins. And so what we'll see is that membrane didn't change on the outside, and so we don't know what the hell is there, and even though a cancer has actually started. As a result of that, we'd have to start looking into which proteins we'd want to target that, or at least, No, because it would excrete. It creates capillaries. So we'd want to target capillaries. Like if it targets capillaries, creation of them, then we would want to basically go after that cell doing that. Really, it creates. Then it's a cancer cell that's trying to grow in a what is that called again? The fucking it's not metastasis. It's a lump. As far as I'm concerned, it's a big old lump. It's the big old lumpy one, not the bloody one. Because then it's swimming around in the blood. Let me just look this up. So, not lymph nodes, which would be targeting for the other thing I was talking about. So, lump style cancer. So, cancerous lymph so hard, blah blah blah. Testicle. You fucker. Tell me what that fucking is called, you cunt. I don't care what the hell it's called. It's a tumor. Thank we. There it is. Tumor right there. It's right there. Tumor. It's the tumor variety. That's what we're looking for. I'd get rid of the tumor variety. Although this would have a way of getting rid of tumor variety cells before they happen, right? No. Tumors can form with other... That's what I'm talking about. Right. Well, No. Yeah, he's right. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, I am right. It's like there are other... See, like, we have DNA mutation, gene expression mutations that create, like, this problematic... I'm going to, in the S2 cycle, suddenly start, like, these protein expressions and conversions, more or less, that then start a problematic chain reaction of the cell to create a weird amalgamation of a cell doing something and it's dead at the same time, and then I need to live, so give me any of these things called fucking nutrients, and I'm basically, like, weirdly just doing this. And I'm alive, I guess, but I'm really not alive. And there's no DNA telling me to ever stop basically taking in nutrients. So that's a thing, yeah. You got that from just, like, reading this? Yeah, it's pretty simple. Cell cycles, so... MC or duplication. We don't want MCM. You don't want that. I don't know why you're not just doing the CD1 and the RB. Because once you get that, then it's like you attack the cell membrane, and you go in there and you get the retinoblastoma proteins, and then you allow for it to heal itself effectively. So, yeah, I mean, G1 progression is a frequent occurrence in cancer. So it'd be reducing a large amount of our cancer problems. A significant amount, yeah. Right? Yeah, quite a bit. Not all of them, but a good amount. Cellular poor prognosis over types. Cyclin A2. Acute myeloid leukemia interstitial. We found diverse in human tumors, cervical, so MCM5. Because it constantly keeps sending it out. So all cancer is just cells deciding to go, yeah, well, I guess I'm not going to continue the process, and then divide. Yeah. Then why don't we just attack the various fucking versions of... Well, because there's stuff... We can still bind it to calcium. Yeah. And kill cancer. Because it still needs a calcium binding protein. On a lot of it, yeah. Red blood cells too, right? Yeah. How did I know that? Because it's in a 1992 article I looked up, and it's got a shit ton of them that they're attached to. I'm like, it's in permanent cells. It's like all of our cells. Calcium's basically everywhere. You need vitamin K. Like, holy shit. Vitamin K basically makes sure it goes to the right places. That's a lot of cells that need vitamin K. You should really be taking vitamin K. We have a really bad problem with vitamin K in this country not being any way significant enough in our fucking blood serum levels on average. I'm not saying it's going to stop fucking cancer, because you still have DNA mutations, but like it should definitely like make sure you didn't fuck up on that part. Hopefully, as long as it's not mutated, then it should be good. Yeah. Anyways, back to the whole like just a DNA. What is this? No, it's an immune system response trigger. So I was using a cyclin D1 and RB binding or RB 107-130 protein and a dead bacteria that we just added to it, and then I was like, well, if I can just bind calcium to those proteins, the calcium D2 binding protein to those proteins, which I'm sure I could do in a lab, and take a pill, then that should, in theory, if I want to target specific areas, would have the immune system attack it. And then I could take it as general for like blood. It could be injections. I could take a pill though. Sure, you could take a pill. Yeah, I just need to have it like sealed. Like I was saying, like if you can seal it in something that then allows for it to go through the gastrointestinal tract and then open up over time, then you get into the blood. And you can get into the blood-brain barrier too. So, and then the immune system goes off and attacks because it's still got this wiggling, cyclin D1 RB 107-130 protein just hanging around on it, going, eat me, eat me, eat me, immune system. And the reason why you want cyclin D1 is the membrane gets attacked first. Then the RB means it's like, hey, no, you still want that DNA to be read and doing its job. Fuck off. And then repair with the complexes. Yeah, that's a really good treatment. That should be. God damn it. Should be. You don't know. No, don't. So the 3 that I've got here, do you want 3 or 5? We'll be done. Done with it. Do you want the Google link? It's been 5.5 hours almost. Shit, yeah.